Hello? Yeah, good morning. What's up? Oh.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, you're muted. We can't hear you.
Sorry, everybody. I just had a phone call related to the commission business that I was trying to wrap up. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I just was on the phone with someone about commission business that I was trying to wrap up real quick. All right, so as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:03 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioner's presence.
Good morning, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please also disclose where you are attending remotely from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid.
Present.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
11 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. So Department of State staff, could you just confirm for me who was absent? Was it Kellum? And was it Clark? Who was the other one?
Commissioner Lang is absent.
Commissioner Lang. Okay, I just want to know for purposes of mapping. Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay, so as a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve our meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Curry. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion?
I'd like to make a friendly amendment. This is Commissioner Witches to
Sure.
change our lunch from an hour to 15-minute break, please.
15 or 50?
15.
Did I hear a second on that, or was that just
I-
someone?
I think Commissioner Clark is in the room and has a thought.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
go
second
ahead.
that.
Oh,
I
you did
second
second. Okay, so we have amendment to shorten the lunch break to 15 minutes. Is there any debate or discussion on the amendment?
Looks like Commissioner Curry may have one.
Commissioner Curry?
Yes, I think we deserve the hour for lunch. Some of us have sugar or diabetes and they need to eat. Some of us has different things going on in our bodies where we need to take a little break, and 15 minutes is not enough.
Yeah, I think 15 minutes is awfully short, especially for people who might not have brought lunch with them, who are in the room, who may not have lunch with them. That's my personal feelings on that. Any other debate or discussion?
There are no other hands in the room.
Okay, so let's go ahead and let's vote on the amendments. The amendment by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark, was to shorten the lunch break from 1 hour to 15 minutes. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye. Or I'm sorry, all in favor of the amendment, amending the lunch break to 15 minutes, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 There
I'll-
are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands in the room.
Okay, all opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Okay, so the amendment does not carry. So at this point, we have a motion to approve the meeting agenda that has been motioned and seconded. All in favor of approving the meeting agenda, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
Okay, so the ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. At this point, I want to take a point of personal privilege because I had received a call asking that I basically not chair today and just give the chair duties to MC Rothhorn. Unfortunately, our rules do not allow that. And so I want to make sure everybody understands that. When you are the chair, if you're present in the meeting, you are required to chair. You can assign certain duties and ask your vice chair to facilitate, but you can't simply appoint someone to act as chair if you're in the meeting. So if I were to assign those duties over to MC Rothhorn, I would not be able to participate in the meeting and I would not be able to vote and give comments. So it's just something our rules don't allow. And that was something that you saw with Commissioner Kellum when she was chair. If she happened to be virtual, she would ask me to facilitate and I would do so. But I wasn't actually acting as chair in that process. And again, that's a restriction that's put in place by our rules. We can't just hand over chair duties if we're in the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Orton also has a hand.
I would suggest that we put that in our rules because I find it very inefficient. And when we had a vote for chair, that was one reason that I wouldn't vote for someone who wasn't planning on being in person most of the time. So I prefer that when the chair can't be present in person, someone else is chair for that meeting.
And I would agree with that. And I think it is more efficient. So like I said, it was something that was difficult before when we had Brittany not present because she couldn't just, even though she might have wanted to have me chair, she would have to have me facilitate. So I don't think that's a bad idea either, honestly. And I will say that I do attend most meetings in person. And I intend to do so going forward. This has just been an unusual week for me for reasons that some of you know. So I do typically attend in person and I will attend all week next week in person. It's just this week has been a bit unusual. Any other discussion?
Thank you, Chair Zatella. No other hands in the room.
Okay. All right. So at this point, we're going to move on to our public comments on agenda topics. Without objection, we will begin public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Do we have any in-person today, Department of State? I didn't see.
We do. We have 2 requests to speak in person and 1 request to speak for a second time in person.
Okay. All right. So please step to the microphone when I call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line is number 1.
Thank you, Chair Satella and the rest of the commission. My name is Sarah Howard. I am the attorney for the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. We respectfully but strenuously disagree with the assertion yesterday that partisan gerrymandering is by definition intentional. There is no such definition in the plain language of the Michigan Constitution. Such a reading also violates the intent of the voters in passing Proposition 2. An unintentional or accidental gerrymander will still be a gerrymander. It's about the result and not the intention or the process. If the commission checks its fairness measures at the end and it skews too much for one political party or the other, that is still an unconstitutional gerrymander no matter how it came to be. The interim measurements, by checking your work in the districts as you go along, that would not require amending the Michigan Constitution again. As you all know, a commonly accepted measure is the efficiency gap. The efficiency gap can and should be 0 in the final map. That is the expectation for partisan fairness. Multiple maps that have been submitted through the public comment portal, including my client's Fair Maps project by the Michigan AFL-CIO, demonstrates that a map can approach 0 efficiency gap and comply with all other constitutional criteria. The commission's task is to meet or improve on the standard set by the Fair Maps project. A map with 5% efficiency gap or even 3% efficiency gap would be well outside the range of constitutional partisan fairness. Anyone who has a history with Michigan knows that this is a state with close elections. A 3% advantage here is not a map with partisan fairness. Again, it is absolutely true that the final measure of partisan fairness is on a statewide basis. But you cannot accept close enough in the final measure. That will violate the Michigan Constitution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Hello, my name's Jerry Hilliard, and in the interest of full disclosure, I ran in the 4th district the last 2 cycles. I'm here to talk about District 12 and 13. There's no logical reason why we need to have a district that stretches from the Upper Peninsula, the top of the Upper Peninsula, almost all the way to Lansing, when it could be easily done another way. For one thing, we need some kind of fairness in drawing the districts where at least a 55-45 one way or the other is achieved. The way that is drawn, you can get that rid of a district a lot of other ways than going all the way from Marquette down to Gratiot County. The most logical way is to go across the state instead of up and down. I sent in a map several months ago showing how we could do that. And basically, you got to have about 1.5 million people between M46 approximately and the Upper Peninsula. There are several other ways you could draw the map that wouldn't have to go all the way down. Most easily would be to take some of the top tier of District 4 now, put that on the District 1 and make Mason County whole. And then below that, come across from Muskegon, across the state to the other lake and create a district there. The way it looks right now, it looks like you did every other districts, all the other districts in the state, and what you had left over, you just kind of carved up. So I think we need to definitely look at District 12 and 13 and find a better way to divide them up. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That includes the first round of in-person comment. We will now move on to our remote public commentary. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Mr. Anthony Scannell.
Good morning, Commission. Thank God it's Friday. And so I was thinking about the composition of this commission. I don't know, you got a couple Democrats, a couple Republicans, and a couple quote unquote non-affiliates. But, you know, I'm curious about the non-affiliate label because as I understand it, there's also a Green Party of Michigan, a Libertarian Party of Michigan, Natural Law Party, U.S. Taxpayers Party, Working Class Party. So I don't understand, you know, are you independent? Do you only vote for candidates who do not affiliate with any party whatsoever? Do you just go back and forth between Dem, Republican, or these third parties? You know, I don't really think whoever wrote the language of this proposition, yeah, I voted for it and I like it, but the language of non-affiliated, it doesn't make any sense. And further, I think the amount of Democrats and Republicans on this commission further entrenches the stranglehold that these two parties have on our political system. And I think it's to a huge, huge detriment to our country. I've said it before and I'll say it again, 10 million Michiganders, and you want to, not you, but whoever wrote this proposition wants to split it between Dem, Rep, and non-affiliated. I think that's such an inaccurate, gross composition and characterization of political affiliation. And finally, I'd like to speak for second public comments, which I did request.
Okay, thank you for, are you finished, Mr. Scannell? Okay, I think he's done. So thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All righty. This is James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And for the Madam Chair, please do not entertain any more friendly amendments. That's very clear in Robert's Rules of Order. There is no such thing, and it's trying to be normalized to become the dominant narrative, and then all of a sudden it's normalized consensus, blah, 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 and then you start doing it. And that's just, please don't entertain that and instruct the members. And there was considerable mention yesterday on your Zoom chat about the rules of procedure and whatnot. And there was a quote about some evil Dutch model. Well, the Dutch model is not evil. It's just not compatible with the Constitution of the United States of America, because that is a parliamentary monarchy, of course. And our Constitution was built to free us from a monarchy. And the big problem with this is that the members are personally engaging in deliberation instead of through the chair, in direct contradiction to your attorney's advice. Said, no, you have to go through the chair. That's the way it works. And this is deliberations, what you're doing now by drawing the maps and the lines, because, remember, a rose is a rose by any other name. This is deliberation working towards the decision. And the problem with all those secret rules that all of you agreed to with a wink and a nod, and not in the voted rules, are only enforceable through the personal relationships established between the commissioners. That's why California recommended to you to create these personal relationships so that you can play it, so that certain people can play each other and play the emotions of others. And then, for example, when Commissioner Lett gets downright ornery and demanding tone in his, hey, this is happening. And then everybody fawns to him because, oh, you don't want to destroy that relationship. It's like Commissioner Lett said, when you approved Edward Woods' contract, he said, no sense in ruining a good contract, because it says that all press releases have to come before the commission. That's in his contract. But you made a sidebar.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant.
Oh,
John Zhang.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
please excuse the interruption. I just wanted to briefly offer an update that it was stated the Zoom chat was rife with discussion. That would be the YouTube chat. Those are two very distinct chats. So that would be on the YouTube public viewing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that correction. Do we have John Zhang?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yes, please address the commission.
My name is John Zhang. I'm calling from Mount Pleasant, Michigan. I advocate for non-gerrymandered districts. The computer can draw square districts. They will be slightly rectangular. They may need to be slightly rectangular, but each congressional district should have only 4 sides. To allow some squares, to allow some districts to stack up, there may need to be a 6-sided district where there's a notch at a corner to allow the squares to fit. If you have more than 8 sides in a district, it's gerrymandered. The maps I've seen so far in the districts have 10, 20, 30 sides. I have drawn maps and it will work. My map is not what I'm asking you to adopt. I'm asking you to adopt the process to have square districts or rectangulars as close to square as possible. Justice should be blind, and the computer can draw these districts. The process is what is important, not communities of interest where we fight for people like us and to keep out people not like us. those who say you can't make square districts, I remind them county lines in this state and all across the country are square in shape and do not bend around cities and villages. Voting districts can do the same. For years to come, people will look at the work of this commission and comment about your work. People may say a lot of things, good and bad, but if congressional districts are square, at least they won't say that things are gerrymandered. I ask you to keep that in mind when you draw these districts. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Mark Mundry.
Sorry, your butt has made YouTube famous now. Your butt has made YouTube. It's made.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Mudry. I live at 1013 Meadowview Lane in Lansing, Eaton County. I want to thank the commission members and especially their staffs. I am a Eaton County Commissioner and work with Tri-County leadership. It's important that we work closely together, and that way I'm so pleased that the Eaton, Ingham, and Clinton counties are combined into one congressional district. You did an excellent job in this area, which is my area. Thank you for a job well done. Please have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cindy Gamboa.
Sorry, it took a little longer than I thought. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much, Chair Zatella. My name is Cindy Gamboa, and I am joining from Detroit, Michigan. And I'd like to express my strong desire for a bit more transparency with the data that you all are working with. Asking the commission to post any data created for public consumption, if possible, same day that it is created. I know there's a lot of work that has to be done. And I'm also requesting that the data is posted in the shape files that meet standards for community to be able to download and analyze them. I, along with other Michiganders, would like to be involved in the entire process of having data in a format that we can access. Not having that in these different files or formats kind of inhibit that from happening. So I'd like for you guys to take that into consideration. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have participant number 7, Department of State? I don't.
Yes.
Okay, so Dirk Bloemendaal.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dirk Bloemendaal, and I'm a lifelong resident of Ottawa County, living here in Holland. I'm here to advocate on one thing, that Ottawa County be respected as a single whole as part of the redistricting process. As you've likely already heard, Ottawa County is a pretty special place. It's been such since it was organized in 1837, 184 years ago. Ottawa County has grown into a model for Michigan. It's a unique and balanced blend of educational institutions, economics, churches, manufacturing, agriculture, and above all, her peoples. Ottawa County is their story, from the arrival of poor Dutch immigrants to the arrival of Hispanic migrant workers who stayed, to growing Black and Asian populations. The county also continues to be a shining beacon for refugees from around the world. This is a distinct mark of Ottawa County and her citizenry. At its heart, Ottawa County is a mindset of working hard, of raising families, of growing together. This mindset is one that should be respected. People come to Ottawa County for a reason, and to fail to hold it inviolate in this redistricting process would be akin to tampering one of the state's greatest continued success stories. There has been much talk of the term community of interest. Might I respectfully suggest that Ottawa County is such a community. As people work, play, learn, and worship together, simply put, it pulls together. Let's not tear it asunder. Splitting it up within the redistricting process would fail to recognize and respect that the county has grown into a model of quite different groups of people coming together to accomplish great things for themselves and their families, making a real difference for the state. I respectfully suggest that Ottawa County be kept whole within this process. Such continued health and growth should be held up as a model for the entire state. Ottawa County is not just a place. It is instead a culture that has grown organically into what it is and what it will be. It rests hard on the shores of Lake Michigan, but sends a beacon of hope to the state. Simply put, the county.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Oscar.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, commissioners. It's always nice to talk to you, and I'm glad to see you again. And thank you for the opportunity, Chair Satella. As a few people said before, like always, we thank you for all the work that you are doing. And we know it's complicated. And the reason for me coming in front of you again is simple, and I think I believe I will be done in a short time. Some of us have been following very closely all the work that the commission is doing, and we are analyzing the data that comes out of the process. And personally, I am extremely disappointed with the way the data is being shared. In the beginning, there were some shape files posted. They were okay, they were very disorganized, but still I could download them and see them and analyze them. But this week, in the beginning of the week, for some reason, the organization of the data was totally changed without any explanation, and there are no more shape files. And without shape files, it's extremely difficult to do a good analysis. And I don't understand why the company that is providing the technical support for you guys is not posting shape files. In my mind, it's the equivalent to say that I'm sending you a document, and the document is in some bizarre format that nobody understands. If you get a document, you want to have it in Word or you want to have it in PDF, same thing. And you've been so transparent in the whole process. But this is a real problem for the ones of us who want to work with the data. So please post shape files for all the districts that you create, and let's make sure that they are posted in a timely fashion, not many days later. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. James Fisher.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, I think I hit the wrong button and came on as a panelist. But anyway, my name is James W. Fisher. I'm a lifelong resident of Midland County, and I reside in the city of Midland. And I'm here to urge the commission to keep Midland County whole regarding the state Senate map, and to keep Midland County whole and affiliated with Gratiot, Gladwin, and Isabella counties for the congressional map. Maps proposing to separate the city of Midland from Midland County and join it with Bay City and Saginaw make no sense. The city of Midland, Midland County, and the counties to the west and north have strong shared interests and long histories of cooperation on a host of issues. Economically, the counties are joined at the hip with large industries in Midland and educational facilities in Mount Pleasant and Alma and Harrison, drawing employees from the neighboring counties. The Mid-Michigan Medical Center is vitally important to the residents of all these counties. My family businesses are a perfect example of this interconnectedness. We have had businesses and family in Mount Pleasant, Alma, and Midland for over 70 years, and we do much business with both Gratiot and Gladwin counties. And our employees are drawn from Gratiot, Gladwin, Midland, and Isabella counties. In addition, Midland, Gladwin, and Isabella counties are all part of the Tibbawasi drainage basin. We share common interests in flood mitigation, preserving our riverine environment, and ensuring that the dams that failed in 2020 be repaired, restoring Wixom and Sanford lakes. In short, the city and county of Midland, Gratiot, Gladwin, and Isabella counties are communities with important and long-standing shared interests. They deserve strong and unified representation, and it would be a travesty to separate them. I want to thank you, Commission, for listening and appreciate your service. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the opportunity for both in-person and remote public comment has concluded, without objection, we will now hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 2 minutes has ended and you hear the timer. And also please go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including the specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. First in line to provide public comments in person is Sarah.
Good morning again. My name is Sarah Howard. I am an attorney who represents the AFL-CIO's Fair Maps project. We wanted to also briefly address the discussion yesterday about competitiveness of districts, which seemed to conflate that concept with partisan fairness. It is true that competitiveness is not a criteria in our Michigan Constitution like it is in Arizona. But no one, at least not we, have suggested that you must have any certain number of competitive districts. Although political trends in Michigan would suggest that it would be impossible or nearly so to have no such districts in your final map. We know that the time is short and that the deadline is approaching. If you aren't ending up with partisan fairness in your maps, you have the opportunity to ask your professional mapping staff to give you 2 or 3 examples of maps that meet all the criteria, including a zero efficiency gap for partisan fairness. Again, it is absolutely true that the final measure of partisan fairness is on a statewide basis. A party should earn roughly the percentage of seats statewide that it earns in votes. But even more important is that the party who wins the most votes needs to get a majority of the seats. Perfect proportionality is less important than ensuring that the legislature relies on the consent of the governed in this state. Respectfully, a close enough approach in this state cannot possibly achieve partisan fairness and cannot comply with the Michigan Constitution. The Michigan Constitution requires partisan fairness, and that requires a zero efficiency gap, period. Thank you very much for the opportunity to address you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we're going to move on to our second live remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary will now be allowed to do so. We'll use the same process as before with a 2-minute time limit. First in line is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. And I respect the opinion of your attorney on the fly there, but I was not on YouTube yesterday. I linked directly through your public notice and I threw my Zoom app on my phone, and I don't believe I was on YouTube. And at the second meeting, the chat was disabled and there was about 20 people chatting, and I was chatting back and forth with some of them. And please publish those chats for the transparency of the public. If they're not on, I'll go check YouTube. But I wasn't on YouTube. So, but back to the Dutch model of deliberative democracy. You see, that's a parliamentary monarchy. And so, as I suggested, I went to the Holland, Michigan City Council meeting video from September 15th, 2021, a couple weeks ago. And sure enough, the mayor assigned the floor during the business items to the city manager for report and recommendation with a nice little Q&A session. And then he would say, okay, what is your pleasure? And then somebody go, okay, I'll motion that after the discussion. Now, I've requested their bylaws and rules of procedure to see how it is that they work that out, or that just kind of become the dominant narrative over time. But that's exactly how they did it in Marquette. That's how I figured this out. At Marquette, they would do that. They would assign it to the manager. But what would happen would, oh, well, you know, it looks like we need a little more information on it. Why don't you take that back for a while and you can work on that? And you're kind of doing that here. You're giving suggestions to your attorney and your staff. And then at the next meeting, they come with their interpretation of what you asked for and wanted. Well, these decisions that you're making over the top of the table, you know, before you said the gerrymanders, but that was during the legislature. If you say the legislature cheated, then you say the clerk of the House of Representatives cheated, okay, because they went through legislature. So I'm sure they had secret meetings, but no different than.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mr. Anthony Scannell.
Hello, Commission. I would thank you. I'd like to say, yeah, I think the district should be compact, but I don't think the number of sides of a district is necessarily the best measure of that compactness. And then again, I'd just like to run over my congressional configuration because I've looked at it and I think it's pretty fair. Mine is comprised of 3 Metro Detroit districts, an east side Southern Macomb one, a northwest district with Oakland and Wayne, and a southwest one entirely in Wayne County. I got another district in Oakland County from Oxford down to Troy over to South Lyon. I got a St. Clair Northern Macomb district with just a little bit of Lapeer. I got a Downriver Monroe Washtenaw district, and this is congressional. I got one Flint district. I don't think it's going to be very popular given the comments, but my Flint district included Shiawassee, Livingston, and part of Southern Saginaw. One Lansing district, including Clinton, Ionia, Eaton, Jackson. One border district, including all the southern border counties, except Monroe and Berrien, but also including Kalamazoo, Berry, and a part of Calhoun counties. One Grand Rapids district, including part of Ottawa. A Western Lakeshore district up to Ludington, including Lake and Newaygo counties. And up north district straight across from Manistee to Tawas. And finally, a Thumb Bay, Saginaw, Midland, Aranac, Mid-Michigan district. I think that's a good configuration. Thanks for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. I would also like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and commissioners also review the public comment portal on the www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. At this point, we are going to move on to our unfinished business, which is agenda item 5A, completing the maps, the state house districts, including reconciling previous maps. I believe we left off with Commissioner Eid, who was going to consider his district that he had drawn overnight and possibly have additional changes to it today. So take it away, Commissioner Eid. And then I would also like to ask the Vice Chair, MC Rothhorn, to facilitate since he is in the room.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Eid, you have the floor.
All right, let's pull up the district I was working on yesterday and finish it up. Okay, just to clarify, I'm bringing up the map that we ended the day with yesterday, and it has a new date because it's a new day. Sure. So these are the 2 districts. We kind of flip-flop the district numbers, but it's these 2 districts that you were working on. Yes, so to recap, we had reconfigured the district we had before that had Bloomfield Hills and Bloomfield Township with Pontiac. We changed that to, instead of being included with Pontiac, including Auburn Hills. And then we were making a district with Pontiac and Waterford. However, we were trying to maintain approximately the same level of non-Hispanic Black voting age population in the demographics. And I believe we got to about 33%. Right, it says 33.16.
Yes, that's what it shows.
So I'm wondering if we could increase this a little bit more. On my machine here, I was able to get it to 33.54, and I did that by including, so let's look at the northern part of this district, take out Lake Angus. Just a moment. I'm going to do that by township. Okay, I'll try to resolve that in a moment. I think it's just a geographic issue. Okay, and then add that voting precinct that is on the right side above where the border of 39 currently is. Yeah, right there, that 2474. Okay, now let's move down to the other part of it. And let's unassign that voting precinct that's right in the middle there, the 3,741. Okay. And now I'm done. And again, the main reason we did this was because we weren't satisfied with the community of interest differences that Bloomfield and Bloomfield Township have, being with Pontiac in the original configuration. There was talk from the commission of Waterford having much more in common with Pontiac on a number of factors: historical, economical, cultural impacts that in my opinion mean that Waterford should be with Pontiac, and it makes also more sense with Bloomfield and Bloomfield Hills to be paired up with Auburn Hills and the surrounding area. And it also we were able to keep about the same non-Hispanic Black voting age population, which was another goal and why we drew it that way originally.
Commissioner E, did we look at the voting numbers on this new district? That might be an important piece too.
Yeah, we did when Bruce was here. We could look at it again.
If we've looked at it and you're satisfied, I think that's important. I just think that that's part of the, right, because we're not just looking at the race as we draw these districts, we're also looking at the voting records. And if we've done that, then I think we've done our due diligence.
Let's pull it up and make sure that the results were similar to the previous configuration.
Chair Zatella, do you have your hand?
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to ask if he had considered adding a little more to 30, because it's currently a little light, like 5,000 light, which I think is one of our biggest gaps. It's over 5%. Otherwise, I think this looks really good, but I'm just wondering if we need to add some population to 30.
Commissioner Ede?
I mean, yeah, we have to add it somewhere. I'm wondering if Commissioner Clark has an opinion on where to add it in this area.
Yeah,
We could either take in that lake possibly, or we can go eastbound.
Yeah, I live up in that area and around that area. I see Oxford and Lake Orion very close together. They're 3 miles apart. They're basically the same community. I would see maybe going north into Oxford to get some of that population. I think that'd be more beneficial.
Okay, so let's look at the election results first. I know you were just on it, sorry.
Are we looking at it for 30 and 39?
Well, we had just identified 39 as being.
Okay, so just for 39. Excellent.
Yeah. District 39 as drawn is 68% for Biden, 32 for Trump, 69 for Clinton, 31 for Trump, 75 Obama, 25 Romney, 68 Peters, and 32 for James. $70 for Stabenow, 30 for James, 76 for Peters, 24 for Land. For Stabenow was 79, Hoekstra's 21. Whitmer for governor is 72 and 28 for Schuette, 68 for Shower, 32 for Snyder. And then for Attorney General, Nessel 70, Leonard 30, Totten 68, Schuette 32. Secretary of State Benson 72, Lang 28, Dillard 64, Johnson 36, and then for the primary election, 25 for El Said, 30 for Thanadar, and 44 for Whitmer. Yeah, so it looks like it's pretty similar to what we had before. There's like a 2-to-1 margin there. However, this number was lower than what Dr. Hanley had recommended, so we should probably note that. But even with that number being lower, it looks like you have about a 2-to-1 ratio there, which I think is satisfactory. But we'll have to take another look at it, especially when it comes to voting cohesion with different races.
Thank you, Commissioner Ede.
Now for 30, if we want to add in a couple of those precincts to the north to even that population out.
We do. We have the floor.
So we need 5,000, and it looks like those two, either the two eastern precincts or the two western precincts, would add up to be about 5,000.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I would stay away from the western side of that precinct, or this precinct, yeah. And I would tend to go straight north from Lake Orion, or not Lake Orion, but Lake Orion, and maybe pick up the 2369 and the 3492 or the 3291.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Once you get past the city of Oxford, there's a big housing development, and then you hit horse country. It's basically what happens up there. So your population is going to be around the Oxford, the city of Oxford.
Okay, well,
the only other option you have is go into Oakland Township and grab a precinct over there. But the problem with doing that is Oakland Township will end up with 3 different districts, and I don't think that's beneficial for anybody if we can avoid it.
No, I agree. So let's add those 2 districts, the 2369 and then the one to the north of it, the 3291. Okay, so this precinct will be fairly large. Yeah, I'm okay with it. Can we just compare how it would be if we did that precinct versus the one that you're hovering over now? Let's see what everyone thinks. The one containing Oxford or the one over here that my cursor is on? That one that you're hovering over currently.
That way we're south of Oxford still, like you were suggesting, Commissioner Clark, and it does look.
It's a little bit more compact this way.
What do you think, Commissioner Clark?
I would have personally gone and gotten the city of Oxford, but rather than what you just did, but either I think is going to be acceptable.
Well, okay, let's look at it with Oxford. Let's try that configuration. So let's unassigned that one you just put in.
If you unassign the one on the bottom right and go up to the north, right, it might be neater.
I see what you're saying. So let's exchange those. So zoom in on it, zoom in on that Oxford area. We're just gonna switch those two districts. We're gonna unassign that 2369 and put in the 3305. So this still looks a little funky in my eyes, but if Commissioner Clark, do you think that, the difference here is we're keeping the city of Oxford with Lake Orion, and if that's an appropriate thing to do, I think we should keep it, even though the shape looks a little funny here.
Yeah, I think we should because they're only 3 miles apart. But you have a big population area just north of the city of Oxford. If you could make it bigger, I'll tell you where that is.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, it's the 3931. That's where Boulder Point is, and it's a big housing development and golf course. Everything north of that, farm country, like I was saying, it's all going to be rural. So your population in the Oxford area is going to be down there. Yeah, I would either include the city, and if you don't want to do that, because there is a big population area just north of it, I would go back to the 2369 and the 3305. That's your call. I think either way is going to be.
Excuse me. Given that there's that housing development you were speaking of in the district with 3,900 people, that is pretty much an Oxford housing district, right? So we wouldn't want to split that from the city.
No.
So let's unassign Oxford and go back to what we originally had.
So you're talking 3305 and 2369.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we can put
I think
those
that may
housing
work better
developments
too.
together.
Yeah.
All right. I like how we're comparing the differences here. It works out well. Okay, taking it back to the original configuration. All right, and I think this is where we're going to leave it.
We got a thumbs up from the Secretary of State. Thank you, Commissioner Eid. We are mapping until 3 o'clock today, and I want to acknowledge it's Friday, and we may, we're to Commissioner-led, but I know we may want to recognize that we want to understand how much we've mapped before the end of the week. So Commissioner-led, feel free to look at keep drawing or look at reconciling other maps that we've drawn before. It's up to you.
Let's get going. Let's look at the area just to the west of 30. Which is Waterford and Independence, Village of Clarkston. So I guess that I would appreciate some input from the individuals who are most familiar, which I assume would be Rebecca, Doug, and Anthony, and Janice. As to whether that would be a good district to use.
Commissioner Eid and then Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think it would be. Much like how Waterford goes into Pontiac, Waterford also goes into Clarkston if you just go north instead of east. And I think, as we move up, we are getting into more rural areas. Waterford kind of has a split where it starts off, as the more close you get to the rest of the suburbs, like Orchard Lake, West Bloomfield, Commerce Township, it's a little bit more industrial. Whereas if you go north towards Independence Township, it becomes a little bit more rural of a community. So I think that'd be very appropriate.
Janice?
Yeah, I think so. Especially the village of Clarkston, it does kind of run together in there. So I would think that Waterford and Clarkston and Independence, it starts to get a little more not so commercialized, but yeah. I mean, I don't see where you would go anyway. I mean, unless you took, I certainly wouldn't take White Lake. But
yeah, I mean, you can't block in Waterford. So going north to Independence Township, the communities are a lot different, but it's gonna, part of Independence Township away from the village of Clarkston will be a little more rural. So I wouldn't, I would assume that just combining Waterford and Independence Township should probably give a decent district.
Rebecca?
So this is not really my area, so I will defer to Janice and Anthony and Doug. I'm not familiar with Independence and Waterford. I'm more of a Oxford, Lapeer kind of girl, so.
All right, John, let's pick Waterford, Lake, is it Angeles?
Mm-hmm.
Independence, see where we end up.
Okay, so let's start with Lake Angeles and then the balance of Waterford. Okay, so with those two communities, you have about 46,000.
Yep,
About half a district.
Straight north.
Okay, so about 8,400 under the ideal.
Okay, zoom out a touch. Let's take the precinct to the west.
The portion of Springfield Township.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Villette has a thought.
Commissioner Lett, I would probably just take all of Springfield. I know it's going to probably put you over, because I think Independence and Springfield have more in common than Groveland and then Brandon.
Okay. Put in the balance of Springfield and let's see where that leaves me. All right, zoom back out, please. So that I can see all of 34 as well. Now, Janice, are you talking about picking off the balance of Springfield Township?
Yes, and I'll tell you, when it's my turn, I plan on redoing Commerce, and I had planned on taking that off of 34. The balance of Springfield, I planned on taking it out of the District 34.
What would you be putting in its place, I guess?
Well, we have put Commerce into 3 different districts. We went up there a weird shape just for population, and I really don't understand why would we want that district to look like that.
Okay. I can live with, I feel your pain.
Commissioner Orton has a thought. Commissioner Lett.
Well, I'm thinking since those two it'll kind of affect each other, why don't you two work on those two together at the same time?
How much is in Springfield is, it's 14,703?
That's the total population of the township, and we've taken a portion here and a portion here. Do you want to take, I think you're contemplating taking the balance of Springfield.
Put
so
the
it's
rest
all
of it in there and
40.
see what it does.
Okay. Okay, so that's about 8,200 over.
Now, where are we going? What are we doing?
Go down.
Commissioner Lett, I heard the question. I think Commissioner Villette has some ideas for you, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm waiting to see what the screen just, what kind of goofy.
Got it.
So we have to take out 8,000 people.
I take it you're frozen, John?
Okay, sorry.
What if you take some away from, take some away on Rose Township side? Because Rose Township should probably go with Holly.
Okay. Okay, Janice, you're suggesting take away from where?
Take away from Springfield on the Rose Township side.
Okay, so
Okay.
there's two districts, two voting precincts or districts there. Take those out. Right, the west.
Yeah,
the,
unassigned,
Unassign them, don't put them in.
Rose Township.
Okay.
And now you need 3,000. So put up the,
Yeah, so looking at 40 at this point, 40 is overpopulated by about 3,200. And then with the adjustments, 34 is now underpopulated by 10,000 almost.
Would,
so should we see,
I mean, we can take some more off of.
pardon?
We could take some more off of that west side where we just took off, if I want to get closer.
Yeah,
Take that precinct off. That's not too bad for numbers.
yeah. Yeah, and it actually doesn't look too bad.
No, is there, I mean, do you want to make further changes in 40 when you do whatever it is you want to do?
No, I think that's fine. But did you want to continue and we'll do 34 since it's,
Please do, Commissioner Lett, if you're willing.
Sure, I don't care.
okay. So I would, in commerce, I would take that part that I would give that back to District 34.
Which portion?
Okay, the Wolverine Lake,
So the portion that's currently in 37, you want to give to 34?
yes.
Okay. Sorry. So this portion is Wixom. Did you, for me to put part of Wixom in, or do you want me to undo that?
Can you move south a little? Anthony, did you have Wolverine Lake into, do you remember how you did commerce?
So I did the West Bloomfield one.
Oh,
I
but you
think
did have parts of commerce. in it.
Yeah, I had the green parts of, well, actually Dustin did this, but I had advocated for it as well. But yeah, I think that the east side of commerce should be with the West Bloomfield or Orchard Lake area, but I think you could add, I would undo the Wixom and keep Wixom with Lion like how it was, but you can add that part of commerce with Wolverine Lake going down to the county border.
Yeah, because, well, 34 actually looks fine now.
Sorry, I just undid the split here in Wixom because I think.
Oh, no, it's not
Yeah,
fine.
so
Sorry.
You want me to take
I want you
just
to-
the portion in Commerce Township?
Yeah, take out Wolverine Lake and Walled Lake.
Okay, so 34 is right on the deviation at 300 up.
Commissioner Lett, what do you think? I don't like how it kind of comes up like that. It looks strange.
You don't like the dinner fork look?
Okay, I don't know why. I think Wixom should be somewhere else.
Maybe Ottawa County would take it.
Maybe where? Oh, yeah, maybe. We should ask them.
That's okay. I got big shoulders. I agree, but Walled Lake and Wixom which of the commissioners has worked on this area on their own and has some ideas?
So if Commissioner Witches, do you want to speak to it? Oh, and Chair Zatella too. Commissioner Witches first and then Chair Zatella.
I was just gonna say I worked on it, but I didn't really have much to work with at this particular point. As far as Wixom goes, I would say Wixom and Walled Lake could go together, but Wixom and Novi should go together. However, if we start changing it, then it's just a balancing act. Novi and Northville should be together more so than Wixom and Novi, in my opinion. Yeah, I guess we're just in a delicate balancing act. I think it's fine the way it is currently. Now we're just talking about shapes at this particular point, which I also think is really not something we should really be too concerned about.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. Chair Zatella.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the shape is being driven by the lines of those communities. So it's not, it's just a function of the way that those communities are drawn. So I wouldn't be particularly concerned about it. And I know that when Dustin drew this yesterday, and I'm not trying to speak for you, Dustin, I know you had said you didn't want to cross over into Livingston County, which was part of the reason why you kind of drew it this way, is because you were trying not to go into Livingston, I thought. So just refreshing your memory on that comment that you had made yesterday.
That is correct, he said.
Okay.
Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, no, I kind of like this configuration because you're taking out one of the splits of commerce, and Wixom and Walled Lake are, as Commissioner Zatala just said, just shaped that way. But now the only thing is you have 10,000 short on 37. So you'd have to add to that somewhere.
Commissioner Villette has the answer.
We still have Commerce Township in 3 districts. No, 25, 34, and 37.
Please, Commissioner Ede.
So Wixom and Walled Lake aren't part of Commerce Township. They're their own townships. So Commerce right now is in 25 and 34.
And 37. No, it is. Isn't it?
No, you have Wixom and Walled Lake in 37, but none of Commerce is in 37. Because Wixom and Walled Lake are their own townships that kind of jut into Commerce, but they're not actually Commerce.
Commissioner Witches.
Commissioner Ede's right. Wixom, Commerce Township is shaped like that. It's not a perfect square. So the Walled Lake Township and then Wixom Township there is perfect. It's not, I don't want to say perfect, but that's just how Commerce Township is shaped. Commerce Township currently is split between 2 districts, not 3, 25 and 34.
Okay, but 37 is now low, right?
Correct. And I just want to acknowledge that we're still with Commissioner Lett. So Commissioner Lett, please help us.
What?
Please help us. You're driving at this point.
Well, not driving the bus alone.
Agreed. I just wanted to help.
What's 34? Well, my thought was to fill in the gap between the tines. But then that would be splitting, that would be putting Commerce Township into three districts. However, it would work.
What about the southern part of 37, District 37? I believe is in, what is that, Northfield or just south of Whitmore Lake, above Ann Arbor? That Northfield.
Salem.
That's not the Livingston, but I'm just, yeah. Any thoughts on that, commissioners? I'm seeing a couple nodding heads. Commissioner Villette, do you have a thought?
Can we go north up by Green Oak a little bit? If we, Brighton, Dustin, that's your area, isn't it, Brighton?
That's Livingston County, correct?
So go south, and I think it's Salem down there. I'm not sure.
That's Northfield Township, just south of Whitmore Lake, or which?
No, yeah, Superior.
Superior, okay. Commissioner Witches?
I wouldn't stretch into Superior Township. If you did want to stretch 37 out, Northfield would be the better way to go.
And Chair Zatella is giving 2 thumbs up. That was to Commissioner Witches' comment, correct, Chair Zatella? Okay. So Janice, what do you think about going into Northfield? Can you turn your microphone on, please?
You could actually take all of Northfield, right? Is that what you're
Yeah.
suggesting? Yeah.
Let's try that, John. Take Northfield into 37.
Okay.
Then if you wanted to add.
I believe Green Oak Township has requested several times to be with Brighton as a community of interest.
I couldn't understand what you said.
And I do agree that Green Oak goes with Brighton, yeah. But we could probably take the northern, a little bit of the northern part. I mean, they want to be with Brighton, but
Everybody's saying no. Why no?
everybody's saying no.
Green Oak.
Commissioner Witches?
Green Oak, Hamburg, Genoa, Brighton, and the city of Brighton. That's basically Brighton. All 4 of those townships, that big square, in my opinion, is Brighton. For a multitude of reasons.
Okay.
And one of
Then
those,
I think we're good where we're at.
okay, Commissioner Clark? Commissioner Clark, please.
Yeah, we seem to keep shortchanging ourselves on population in too many districts. Yesterday, we saw we were down 10,000 people, and now we've added at least another 3,000 down. So eventually, we got to make that up, and we're beginning to move out of these populated areas. So I would suggest adding maybe even a little, going back to where Steve was, we took some off of Springfield Township, maybe adding that back on to bring yours up higher. And that's up to you, Steve. You're down 2,200. And remember, you took some off of Springfield Township up above.
Mhm.
Yeah, I would consider maybe adding that back in. That's your call.
Chair
And,
Zatella?
And the new district that we just did, or the changes to 37, I would, even though it may impact Brighton, I would take a little Green Oak, at least the southern part of that, and add that into.
Chair Zatella?
Yeah, so just to, this point was raised yesterday, but Dave, I believe Mr. Morgan, that we have already mapped a significant portion of the rest of the state, and that, know what those variations are at this point. So I think rather than worrying too much about the overall deviation, we should just sort of, if we're close, just leave it, because we are going to have to rebalance that. We do know that we've already drawn, I think it was 50 districts in other parts of the state, some of which might be over, some of which might be under. And when we reconcile those maps, we can then focus on adjusting those balances if we need to. Maybe we won't even need to.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Eid, and then I want to give it back to Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, and I think in that previous overlay, we had already had, can you zoom out a little tad? We had already had that part of 37 mapped with Ann Arbor, the part that we added. I'm not sure the name of that township.
Northfield.
Thank you. So personally, I'm more in favor with the previous configuration that had Commerce. Commerce was split 3 ways, but I did prefer that configuration because Commerce kind of is a little bit of a split community where you have the east side, the west side, and then the parts that are morely associated with Wixom and Wild Lake. But and then we wouldn't have to take Northfield here. But if we're dead set on only having it be 2 splits, that's fine too.
So Commissioner Orton and Commissioner Witches, and then I'd like to, again, get it back to Commissioner Lett.
If yours is related, you can go first, Dustin. Mine's a little bit different.
I was going to agree with Commissioner Eid. If you could move back up to where you see Commerce Township. I mean, splitting Commerce Township 3 ways is not necessarily a bad thing, because if you think about it, Commerce Township by definition, well, not definition, but by the people that live in Commerce Township, depending on which direction or which side of Commerce Township they live in, they affiliate with different areas. So the southern side of where Wixom, Wild Lake, that centerpiece right there could go with District 37. The east side goes with West Bloomfield. I used to drive through there, so I know that for a fact. And then the western piece of that area would go with Milford. I mean, we're splitting it 3 ways, but we're splitting it 3 ways for a good reason, in my opinion.
I see your hand, Chair Zatella. Commissioner Orton, back to you. Did you have a thought or?
Well, mine isn't really related to this. I'm just wondering if, while we're having this discussion, if John could get the overlay of the districts that we have already drawn in that area, so we know where we can stop going that way.
Okay.
Thank you, John. Chair Zatella.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest
Commissioner
the same
Lett.
thing. I was going to suggest the same thing because I think that that's helpful to see that so that we can see where the other lines were drawn.
Okay, so I think there's a couple different draws in this area. So just a moment.
Commissioner Lett, when you're ready, you have the floor.
Well, with those comments, with Dustin's comments, Janice, can we put back in, fill in that gap? I mean, that number wise, it makes the most sense.
Are you talking the gap between Wixom and?
Yes.
Okay, fill that in and put it with. Yeah, we can try that.
Sorry, it takes a moment to get some of the plans ready. Sometimes we might be better to do that in a break when we have a break.
Would it be appropriate to take a 5-minute break and return? Do people need a little break right now?
I'm sorry, I thought John said he wanted to take a break to do something. No?
I mean, just to make sure we have all the files, the shape files loaded.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Chair Zatel, I see your hand.
Just because we have such short time today, I'd say let's try to not do that. And maybe because in 30 minutes we're breaking for lunch anyway. So maybe we can just pause this and move to a different area and come back to it after the break if that is more time efficient.
Okay. Yeah, there were not a lot of, I don't think people need a break right now. So I think we're going to just keep going.
Okay.
Commissioner Lett, it's back to, yeah, again, when you're ready, you have the floor.
John, are we waiting for you?
We're conferring about what shape files we have or don't have on this machine and that machine. So it might take a moment to resolve that. Do you want to just leave the Northfield question open and move on to something else until we get to the break? Or do you need to resolve this now?
I think we can fill in where we're talking about without too much consideration of our prior lines. So if we can do that, I
Okay.
would prefer to go there, and that would be up at the Wixom Walled Lake area in 37.
Okay, so we're looking at the commerce area again.
Yeah, we want to take, looks to be 2 voting precincts right there.
Yes, back to where it was before the Wolverine Lake area.
Yeah, put those in 37. Actually, it's only going to take 1. Too much.
And then you were contemplating taking Northfield back off?
No.
No, okay.
Go back up to where we were. We're gonna take a couple 1708 take out. And 2836. Okay. $37 looks pretty good. We need to do something with 34. Add some to 34. There's a right next to Spring, on the west side of Springfield, right there where you got your pointer.
So are you contemplating one precinct of Springfield or the balance of Springfield or Rose?
Well, is that south, that one, is that one precinct?
Yes, that's one precinct. It looks like there are 3 unassigned precincts in the township here, Springfield. 1, 2, 3.
Looks like the first 2 precincts in Springfield Township might get you to that population you need in 34. Commissioner Eden, Commissioner Villette. Commissioner Villette.
Is there too much population to put the rest of that in there? The 1105 into 34?
It would just be overpopulated, but it could be.
Sorry, to be clear, you're talking just the 1105. You're down by 3,200.
Right, so what's the total is 2 and 3? It's 3, it's the total is 3.
Yeah, so
Except for the 2690.
right, the 2690. This would be 3,000, and this would be
So-
2690 over.
Put those 2 in?
Yeah.
Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, I just put the whole remainder of the township in. I mean, you'll end up a little over, but you'll be okay. And then you can put rows with Holly, which is something that Janice has expressed that you think should happen, right?
I think that speaks to the, that we'd be a little bit overpopulated, which was a concern that Commissioner Clark expressed earlier about having so many districts that were underpopulated. So that might be a nice balance at this point, to be overpopulated. And we're still within deviation. Acceptable deviation, I should say.
Okay, let's zoom back out, John. Let's see if we need to get Richard's eraser out.
Commissioner Clark.
Let's see, we got 40, it was pretty good, 34s, couple thousand high, 37 is good, 36 is good. I'm happy.
Yeah, I have a comment, and this is it actually is a question to Janice. You appeared to be working on the south side of 34. And what we ended up doing is basically keeping like it was and adding to the north side of 34. Is that acceptable to you?
Yeah, it is, because I agree that South Lyon really doesn't belong with Milford. There's quite a distance between the village and the city of South Lyon. There's a lot of property between there.
I just want to make sure you're on board with it. Okay, thanks.
Okay, so we adjusted 40, 34, 37, probably got into 25 for all I know. Those were done to meet the population requirements, also to keep the districts as compact as possible, taking into consideration the population requirements, and as well as keeping the communities of interest as we understand them to be in those areas, taking those communities of interest into consideration from our personal notes and MG cubed comments. So that's where we ended up on those three.
Thumbs up. Thank you, Commissioner Lett. Commissioner Orton, we're to you.
Okay, well, I just want to say what I really want to do is redo Brighton, because it looks like we split it two different ways and neither of those ways are good, but I'm not going to do that. We'll save that for another day. I think we need to go back over to Sterling Heights area and finish up that little area near Detroit that is not assigned yet. So, John, if you could take, that where it says Warren, all the unassigned in that township, and then Sterling Heights Township. I know that we've received communities of interest about Sterling Heights area and Warren, but I don't know if we have those overlays that we can see in that area.
Okay, I can bring some of those in a moment.
Okay.
Okay, and do you have a specific one you wanted to reference?
I don't at this moment. Okay, just to complicate things more, could we have the Asian thematic bubbles?
Commissioner Orton, C 1037 is the Bangla community, which I think stretches into the Sterling Heights area. C 1037.
Okay, John, can you find that one? Thank you, MC.
Sorry, you said 1037
Yeah.
under the plan ID or?
Yes, I'll try to confirm that.
Yeah, it could be that was a very recent comment, possibly.
It is possible. It's after it was, I believe it was submitted after August. I have another one that's just not an overlay. I just have, I'll give it to you, the paper version that I have.
Okay. Okay, thank you, John. For now, can you choose that whole township, Sterling Heights?
Okay, so that's 85% over.
Okay, yeah, zoom out a little. Okay, so let me, so the community of interest, I can't think of the word, compilation that we have right here. It doesn't actually go up this high. I don't.
So you want me to unassign the
there's
part of the
14.
northern section?
Okay, zoom out a little. So I think, okay, where is 14 Mile Road? Does anyone know? Oh, does that say 14? I can't tell.
It's 15.
Oh, it's down. I saw it.
Let me adjust a couple settings, see if I can help with this.
Must be 15. I think the blue is 14. Is that right?
It looks like that to me also.
So I think I read this
Down.
as 17 mile.
So I think it's just under where we can see is 14 mile, the blue line down.
Yeah, that appears, that's the border of the township, I think.
Okay, so can you zoom out a little bit? So, okay, where District 10 is, according to the map that was submitted for Bangladeshi community of interest, it goes clear up to 14 mile. I wonder if we should adjust that or why it was drawn like that. Number 10.
I think it was just related to population, probably.
Okay, can we see the active matrix for District 10? Okay, are you able to just select that area? Yeah, right there up to 14, just to see what the population is. And we don't need that section on that side of that road.
I'm just saying, it looks like this is the voting precinct goes like that. So. So it's just about, just under 4,000.
Okay.
Which that represents about
Commissioner Horton.
4%.
If you do decide to add that, it would allow us to help the Bangla community, which is also in Hamtramck and around the surrounding area. It would help us put them in not more than 2 districts if you decided to do that.
Can you also grab that little piece to the little pink piece that cuts
Assign it
into
to
10?
10 for the moment, or?
Yes, to 10.
Okay.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, remember, 10 is one of those spokes coming out of Detroit. So we got to be careful with the VRA issues associated with changing that.
Okay, we can check that after. Yeah, that in 10, please. The part that's 80.
Okay, so just to clarify, I put that in a holding district just to get the population for you.
So if you could merge 80 with 10. So I might be messing everything up since we did this as a spoke coming out from Detroit, but I'll just try to include this complete Bangladeshi community of interest, and then we can change it back if we have to. Okay, so according to this, go down just a little bit when you can. Let me see south a little bit. It doesn't need to be this wide to include this community of interest anyway. Could we have the Asian thematic on? Now I don't know whether to call it bubbles or dots. We've called it both.
I like the idea of calling it theme. And for what it's worth, Commissioner Orton, we do have, you're within the variation. We're just overpopulated in District 10 at this point. So if you want to continue with your drawing your district, I think you're well, like you haven't done anything that isn't.
Okay, it's not displaying the theme, so give me a moment.
Okay, well, we'll move on then. So I'll leave 10 like this for now. Since we're underpopulated a lot of places, we can work that out later. So I'll add to 40, or I'll do whatever needs to be done to 41. Can I see that on the matrix? Okay, so we're very high, and I'm not familiar with this area.
I think you want to take off from the eastern side. And I believe that there's something like Mound Road. There's a couple roads that run north-south. Chair Zatella, you're nodding your head. Yeah, but I feel like you want to stay on, keep 41 sort of running north-south up from 10. So you're unselecting sort of the eastern edge of your current district.
Okay, go ahead and help John know where.
Yeah, I'm trying to reopen the plan and see if that affects things.
Anyone familiar with this area understand, is Mound Road the actual road that we should be looking for?
I'm wondering if Commissioner Clark has input.
Commissioner Eid.
I mean, Mound Road is a major road in the area, so it can be used at, I think though your original 14-mile road probably would have been a little better, but Mound Road's also, a major dividing road.
But that's east-west, right? Mound is north-south?
Yeah.
Okay, so, okay.
Okay. Okay, so these are the voting precincts in Sterling Heights.
Commissioner Rothorn, can you tell him where you were talking about?
Sure. So you can start at the top of District 41, the northern edge of, and select 2 precincts wide and just remove everything from M.
Okay, so removing to the west or removing to the east?
We're removing the eastern edge of District 41.
Okay.
And the entirety, meaning from north to south, so the whole eastern edge. And if we can get deeper, I said the whole, nope, we want to keep that one.
Okay.
But so we want to remove the other side. Yeah, we're going to mirror it.
And did you want to follow the highway line or you want to look at the numbers first?
We do. We want to, I think we're looking for Mound Road, I believe. And I just can't see the population. And I don't want to cut us off, right? We've got that lower section. It's almost like an L we're drawing. So I just want to recognize we want to make it contiguous still. And for you, okay, so we're 2,000 under. Yeah, so it seems like we should add Commissioner or Chair Zatella, you have some thoughts?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the line that you currently have is Mound Road. So the eastern edge of 41, that's Mound, that central region where there's the county line going in between, just east of there is Van Dyke. So you are at Mound right now.
Oh, great. And is this a sensible, like, does this mean like sort of west and east of Mound Road? Is this a good place to split?
I mean,
Hard to say.
I don't know. You could go either way. You could go north-south or you could go east-west. I mean, I think cutting on a mile road might make more sense because it's actually it doesn't seem like it on the map, but driving that's a pretty big difference between your lower portion and your northern portion. So, but I mean, like, it might be helpful to see the Asian dots if that helps kind of, but.
Yeah, I think the theme we were struggling with getting the theme up, but we'll try it again. And Commissioner Orton, I think I saw your hand.
So this seems like a strange configuration to me. I'm wondering if this west of Mound Road should go into a different district up north, and then the other part that we aren't using straight above the lower section could go with it.
That's a great thought. And it looks like we can see the theme now. It's just hard with the color of 41 to see it. But
Okay, let me change the color. I lightened 41 so we could see the roads, but just a moment.
And what you're suggesting, Commissioner Orton, makes a lot of sense to me too. Like yeah. So we just mirror, flip what we did.
Yeah.
So John, your intuition was correct. Your first intuition.
I have a unrelated comment for sound. I can't understand what people that are virtual are saying. Maybe everyone else can? I can't.
There's a lot of echo in here. I think it may just be the room that we're in that, yeah, it's not easy to hear very well.
So if I understand this, you're talking about taking is that Warren here? And putting that with the to be created district in this section?
Yeah, so what I'm talking about is the part that you had taken off originally that's over on the west. I would actually like to take that off, leave that for a different district. Yeah, all of that side.
And why don't you can just assign it to a holding?
Yeah, you want
42?
Assign it to 42.
So that's what I was going to say. Pair a new district at 42.
Sure. Yeah, that's good. And take that all the way down.
Yeah, it'll be about 15% under once we do that. And that was the whole township. Okay. That's actually okay. Let's do it that way. No, let's not do it that way.
And okay, don't worry about the top. Just when you can, add everything under that's in 41, add it to 42. Oh, that took off that belongs back in 10. Thank you for fixing that.
Yeah, I'm just setting up 10 the way I think you intended it to be.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, can I see the effective matrix for 41? Or 42, sorry. Okay. So
I think you had intended to take some of these into 42 as well.
we're a little over on 42. So my inclination would be is that railroad tracks that's going up?
I believe
I don't
so.
know what that is, but
No, that is Mound
It's the
Road.
township. Well, isn't it the
Township
township
frontage.
divider? Yeah.
No,
Or
I
county
think
divider.
I think this is a railroad.
okay, my
So-
inclination would be everything on the right side of what looks like a railroad would be in 42 and everything on the left would be 41 just for population. But I am not familiar with the area. So Doug,
So
do you know?
Take this tier here into 41 possibly.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You're getting some nodding heads.
Okay, that was
very little population.
Okay, well, it could be squared off up at the top, but population wise, it's good.
For 42.
For
as
42.
drawn, yes, but 41's not.
Should I finish 41 where it's lunchtime? I don't know what.
I see. Yep. Yes.
Finish it?
Please finish it.
Okay. Let's take Utica into 41. But please speak up if you know anything I shouldn't be doing. Well, that juts way out there, doesn't it? Okay, that's an odd shape. Okay, keep going north above the main part of 41 to the left of Utica.
So take these precincts here.
Yes. Okay, can you zoom in a little more so we can see population? Okay, yeah, will you choose, yes, those. And that other little piece.
Do you want me to add this one in?
I do. Not that one. Oh, is that connected?
It's combined,
Oh, I see.
and that'll get you close to the population.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay. I'm good with that unless anyone sees anything that's a problem. I think maybe the top of 42 might need to change a little, but just for continuity, but.
Commissioner Ede? Commissioner Ede? Did you have a comment?
Yeah, but it was before I noticed the population on 42. I was gonna say, why not complete the township on 42? But that would put us way over population on it, so never mind.
Can we see the active matrix for 20? It's a little under. We could add something to 20 so that we can at least get that top left portion.
Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Clark has a thought.
Great.
Yeah, the white space you just had here on over toward Mount Clemens. The thing I think we want to avoid is going north with that at some point into the thumb. Because they had made comments relative to they're fine being associated with Macomb County down to about 26 mile, but not south of that. It becomes a whole different type of environment for them. It's more industrial at that point. So we gotta, I don't know how many people we got over there still left, but if we can avoid going north, we'll be in too far north. It'll be, I think, beneficial.
Thank you. I see Chair Zatella, I saw Commissioner Ede, and I just wanted to acknowledge that if we did think about this, we can come back to Commissioner Orton after our break and we could still sort of return at 1 o'clock. It'll be a little bit less than an hour, but what do commissioners think? Can we come back to it? Chair Zatella, do you want to speak before we break? You're muted.
Gotta get that up.
I was going to suggest that we take a break and come back to it because I think right now rather than taking the rest of Sterling Heights, we're going up into Shelby. And I think we should just try to fit in the rest of Sterling Heights into either 41 or 42. If that means adjusting the bottom of 42, I think that makes sense. But I'd say let's just pick it up after lunch.
Okay. So Chair Zatella, if I may, I'm just going to offer that we, without objection, that we recess until 1 o'clock, and we will return with Commissioner Orton. Hearing no objections, see you back at 1 o'clock.
Okay, it's currently 12:09 p.m. for the record.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
All right, as chair of this commission, I call the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 1:02 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending remotely and tell us where you are attending remotely from. I'll start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang. Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner. Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
9 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. All right, so at this point, we're going to continue to proceed with the mapping of the House districts. Commissioner Orton, I believe it was still your turn. So I will turn it back over to you. And then once again, I ask the Vice Chair, MC Rothorn, to facilitate the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Take it away, Cynthia.
Okay, so we were in, I don't know what that is. We were in districts 41 and 42, I believe.
Right around Utica.
Yeah, those two. And can I see the active matrix for 20 again? Okay. Okay, and then the active matrix for 41 and 42, please. Okay, so just trying to fix this a little bit on the top. Can you please select those precincts up to the blue line so it's squared off at the top?
This
for 42, yes.
Just north of Sterling Heights. What
that whole, yeah, all of those out to the, I guess that's the township boundary.
even over to 20, all the way to
No, in 42.
in 42. So.
And those two, please. Well, maybe that'd have to be blocks.
Are these going to go into 42? I didn't ask you before we started.
Those are going to go in 42.
Okay.
Oh, that was a lot of population.
Yes, it was. That's
okay.
4,500 people right there.
And you could take, if you take off the western edge of District 42 and assign that western edge of 42 to 41, that may help you stay within Sterling Heights if you want to. Try to do that, rather than going further north.
Those two together would be 4,000.
91.
To reduce the number of, about 12,000 people in 42, if you want to assign it to 41, And then you can, but instead of the northern edge, Kent, it would be the western edge of 42 and the east. Yeah. And what we're doing, just one or two townships deep. And then, then we would stay within that Sterling Heights county boundary. I'm not sure if it's actually the county of Sterling Heights. Is it Warren? And Sterling Heights is within the county of Warren. Is that the idea? Commissioner Curry, did you have a hand or a thought?
Yeah, when we were in Warren and the Bangladesh people came, they wanted to keep Warren and Sterling Heights together along with Hamtramck some kind of way. But they kept saying all through my notes that they wanted to stay together. So
thank you, Commissioner Curry. Yeah, well said. I think that's what that's what we're trying to do, is stay within the boundaries of that county.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I'm not quite sure where the boundary of Sterling Heights is. I don't know if that means the township or.
I think it's the whole Sterling Heights.
May I direct?
Yes, please.
So Kent, you're going to take that 2091, 1999, 2017, 19, 3796, that first row of precincts. And you're going to assign it to 41, please. Out of 42 and into 41.
But those in 41?
And further south. Yep, you can go even further south to just, 2017, 1990, 1919. Mm-hmm. And 3796. That's a funny shape, but we'll leave it for now.
So 41 is now 8,300 high, 42 is 4,700 high.
Yep. So we're going to add 3796, which is the township, or excuse me, the voting precinct just under it. Mm-hmm. And that should get us 42 to be about right. Okay. And then what we're going to do, Kent, now we're going to leave it here, leave 42 alone, and 41, the northern edge of 41, we're just going to remove or unassign until we get 40 back down. And then and we keep it sort of within Sterling Heights. That's the idea. Yes, thank you, Kent.
Okay, you're 4,000 over. These two, or?
Yeah, can we have the theme with Asian American community, please?
Excuse me?
The theme with the Asian American community. The combined theme, if possible, rather than alone. Yep, that'd be great. Mm-hmm.
That's Asian alone. So let me change that to
thank you. So let's take off.
I need to change it again to get the percentages, but
it is challenging to hear in this room. So I know it's hard for you to hear me too. So let's try to enunciate while we're here, because there's an echo in the chamber.
All right, let me fix the Asian thematic layer since it's not right.
Thank you.
Okay, now we have the Asian and the appropriate marked. What would you like to do now? Remove more?
Yes, and I want to see if there are any significant Asian populations in those voting precincts that we would remove. I don't see any significant population, and therefore let's remove the top. Let's see what we want to reduce it by. Okay, we're 4,000 over. So let's actually And yeah, I like, that's perfect, Kent. Perfect.
All right.
9%. Commissioner Witches, did you have a thought? Okay. And Commissioner Gordon, that was the thought.
Thank you very much. I'm good with it.
Okay. Mr. Witches.
So I know I just a little bit ago said shapes don't really bother me, but what's up with Italy here in Sterling Heights?
Apparently that's a voting precinct the way it is. What I'm hearing you say is that you'd like to have it, you'd like it to be cleaner. And we can do that.
We can go into the block level and take care of that. Put that in 41. I mean, it's.
So Commissioner Witches, I think we do intend to clean up. Would you like to do that now? Is that what you're thinking?
No, I was just, what I was asking is that's just part of the actual precinct itself?
It is.
Okay.
Yep. Excellent. So at this point, I think we're going to leave it. We have a Secretary of State. Are we okay with the districts as drawn, 41 and 42? We've got a excellent sign. Thank you. And at this point, so Commissioner Orton, that was your turn. Thank you. We're moving on to me. I'm wondering if there is a commissioner who has a district and would help me draw, or if there's a commissioner that, otherwise I would, and I would acknowledge that we do have our consultants, mapping consultants did during the break review with me that we do have the balance of the county of Macomb and the county of Oakland and the county of St. Clair to finish. And then we have the thumb and some of the Tri-City areas. And I think Kent is showing us, this is, so, and I'm going to suggest, I suppose, that we continue mapping. I think we're in a good rhythm. And I think we will, if we get as much as we can done in the next 2 hours, we will have more or less a complete house map. And so again, is there a commissioner that would like to help me? Otherwise, so let's keep drawing.
District 43, starting with a township or a precinct.
We're going to start with a township. I believe that Macomb Township is Macomb Township. And then we're going to go south between, just above 20, the Macomb Township in that little section, please. Commissioner, Commissioner Curry, and then Chair Zatella.
Yes, MC, as you remember when we were in Warren, the Shelby Township and Macomb wanted to be together. They said, please do not split us. So just something I thought I'd throw in there. I don't know where
Commissioner
Shelby
Curry, we have an echo in the room here, so I'm going to try to repeat what I heard you say. I heard you say Shelby Township.
Mm-hmm.
And when we were in, so
Warren?
that's all I heard. I apologize.
Okay, Warren. Well, they said when we were in Warren that Shelby Township and Macomb counties had a lot of COIs together, so they wanted to remain together. They did not want to be broken up too much. So I don't know where Shelby is, but I see the Macomb.
Okay, excellent. So Shelby Township and Macomb. I will, yes, thank you for that. It looks like we're about 20. Oh, and Chair Zatella, you were going to say something too, is that right? Okay. So Kent, I see what you've highlighted is about 23,000, which is well over what we need.
What I was going to point out is 20 right here. It's still 1,200 people low. So you could probably put in any one of these precincts.
Thank you. Can you, while we're in Macomb, do you see Shelby Township, Kent, someplace? I'm not sure I'm not very familiar with the area. Is Shelby Township, or does anyone, Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, what's the question, Shelby?
Shelby and Macomb, is Shelby Township in Macomb? Or
No.
is Shelby, okay.
I think they're near. They're separate.
Yeah, so they're near each other, and that
I
was,
mean, it's in Macomb County, but
Shelby Township is in Macomb County?
Not Macomb Township. It's in Macomb County.
Oh, right. There's a Macomb Township and
Yes.
Macomb County, right? Michigan doesn't make it easy on us, does it? All right. So we are in Macomb Township and Shelby Township wants to be with Macomb Township. And I see Chair Zatella sort of pointing to the east. Is that right? Okay, so-
Shelby is to the west of Macomb Township.
Yeah.
Okay, within an area that is currently unassigned. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. It's just above
Okay.
Utica.
Okay. So, so Kent, whatever, yes. So let's assign this, yeah. So what we, yeah.
Do you want to put any of this into 20?
I do, yes. I want to take the southern precincts. I can't do all of it. Let's do that one. And yeah, let's try to clean it up.
I'll zoom in and do blocks so that this is a nice square right in here, if at all possible.
No, not at this point. I'd like to stay at the precinct level. Thank you.
Okay.
We will do that, but just like that little piece that we're
Well, this is a precinct that runs around through here. So if we assign that to 20.
Let's do that. And are we still light? Yes. Oh, that was in 43. We want to, yeah.
So we can put all of that into 20.
Yeah, but we're almost at so we're at 4% over. So we can't put in that 2251.
No, and this precinct is broke up. So if you take the 32, 38,
yeah,
you need to go in at the block level and you
Yeah.
can't really, that looks like a waterway through there or something.
Okay. Commissioner E, did you have a thought?
Yeah, you could meld that area into 42 and 43.
So 42 is also over and 43 is also over. But I hear what you're saying. We may be able to, because we've got about 3, 6.
This is
10. That's
13, 14,000.
13 or 14,000, right? Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I remember you had highlighted it.
Can we scroll up when you get a chance?
Actually, that's 23,000 right there.
23,000. So that's a lot to share between those 3 districts that are all a little bit over.
20, I think, is the only one that can take something.
Go ahead, Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I don't know if we can get Shelby in with Macomb, but with Macomb, I dropped the northern part of it
The
down
northeast.
to 26 mile,
Okay.
which is you see where Yates Cider Mill is near Rochester. The line above that is 26 mile, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm just looking at that northeastern corner of Macomb.
23 mile
That's
right there.
23.
Yeah, go up.
A little bit further north. 26. Yeah, that northeastern corner looks like it's populated, relatively light population just based on
It
the
is.
shape.
It gets rural up there.
Right. So maybe what we can do is unselect or unassign that northeastern township, Kent, please, of Macomb, the northeastern.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then what we'll do is we'll look for, but because you've got that section highlighted already for 43, for the moment, let's just highlight it all and we're going to assign it all to 43 and we'll sort of do that reassembly later.
Okay, now you want to unassign or
yes.
Could you make it a little bigger?
You need to drop approximately 23,000. I'm just going to select an area.
Yeah.
That's 26. So you don't need to take quite that much out. Something we can.
Let's unassign that for the moment. And then we're going to look for 26 mile, please. The road 26 mile.
Yeah, if you could put the cities on, I'll find 26 mile for you right away.
Okay, Okay, now 43 is just 3,000.
Thank you. Can you zoom in? We're looking at for the road 26 mile, please.
That's 24.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
So we're gonna a little bit further north.
25. 26 mile is the township boundary.
Yeah.
Does that help you, Commissioner Clark? 26 miles of
No, it
township
looks like
boundary.
it goes right up to the top of the township, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Where were we at number wise? 43. Oh, geez.
Yeah. So we're almost where we want to be. It doesn't look like we're going to get Shelby Township.
Well, one of the things you could do is take part of that and then integrate the other into Shelby Township and move Shelby Township north when we get to that.
Okay.
So take like the western half of the unassigned part of Macomb Township, and that'll end up with Shelby at some point.
Okay.
And the western part will remain with Macomb Township.
The eastern section would remain in 43.
Yes.
And we would create a new district 44 for the western side of.
So if you, so for.
Thank you,
And
Kent,
maybe
that's
not
right.
even the western side, maybe if you took 2355 and 2258, and that would get your population a little over, but.
You want to assign those
And
two?
then get rid of the 1711.
Yes, please, Kent. Please assign those. Okay, so I think what we've got, commissioners, is an effort to keep, 43 reasonably, put together. We've got we're overpopulation, which may be a good thing for us at this point. And Shelby Township, we may have an opportunity to keep the northwestern side of Macomb Township with Shelby in the next district.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you can move further north if you need more population from Shelby. Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I'm going to finish my turn. I got the thumbs up, and we're moving on to Chair Zatella.
All right, mine'll be really fast. Let's go down to Canton and fill in their entire remaining precincts in Canton.
I caught about half of that. Go down to where?
Canton, so scroll down. Yep.
Oh, I see it.
that area?
Okay.
Yep, just assign that whole area.
And I lost it. Where'd I go?
It's there.
There.
Mhm.
It's just, this will be 44.
Yep, if you can assign that.
And the number is right on the money.
Mhm. All right, the reason why I created this particular district was responding to communities of interest for the Asian community, specifically the Indian community, that requested that they be kept together. And we also received feedback requesting to keep Canton together as much as possible. That's my turn.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. And we're all set from the Secretary of State. Commissioner Vallette, we're to you.
Well, I think I'm going to pass because I think I kind of hooked on to Commissioner Lett. So I'm going to let Mr. Witches do it.
All right. Can I go to Commissioner Weiss first? Or do you want to give?
Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right.
Don't forget Aaron.
You're always right, MC.
Is Commissioner Wagner with us? I didn't hear her when we.
Oh, she might not be. She was earlier.
No, she's not here with us. Yep. So thank you, Commissioner Vallette. Commissioner Weiss, to you.
All right, I think we'll go up
above 19 and 43 in that area. Or maybe go into 43 right there, right next.
That's the eraser.
There's my eraser. Thank you. Yeah, let's fill that in, and to the east, right above 43 Macomb Township. Let's fill that in and see what we get.
All right, where do you want to go from there?
And then go to the west, please, and fill in that section.
All of this, all the
Yes, try
unassigned?
all of it and see
Okay.
what we get.
So you're just 4,500 light.
All right.
And
any
43 is 3,300 high.
All right. Any suggestions if we take any out of 43?
And add it to 45, yeah, that seems like a good idea.
I guess blow it up. Let's see the totals.
2355, 2253, 1711,
Okay, I got a lag here on my laptop. All right.
2355, 2253.
What if we take 2355 and 2253, the two right just below? Yes, those two. Hmm? I know.
I think if you took that.
So 45 is 0.09% high and 43 is 1.34% low.
Take this one out and go back over here. Okay. I had just had a suggestion from Commissioner Letts to put 2355 back in. So it's not such an odd shape there. And then take the 1711 to the right or to the east. Yes, that one there. And put that into 45.
That's better.
I like that a little better, even though I was trying to get a little more on the plus side. But I guess I think that's a better choice. Nice and clean looking, and it's not such an odd shape. Population is good, so. I'll stick with that.
Commissioner Weiss, could you describe any COIs considered when drawing this area? Thank you.
I am not real familiar with the COIs in this particular area, so I guess I need a little help with some individuals that live down in this area, maybe MC.
I think this is where we were, you were picking up on when we were drawing 43 together, we were talking about keeping, Commissioner Curry had specifically mentioned the COI Shelby Township and Macomb.
I think I do know.
And I think 45 now includes Shelby Township and Macomb. And so I think that's the COI that you were focused on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I need the eraser. No, I'm just kidding.
Commissioner Witches, we're to you.
All right. Well, we've pretty much exhausted the knowledge that I have of the Detroit area. So I'm going to go fix or attempt to fix Livingston County here a little bit. I know we drew in here already, but I have a way to potentially fix this, maintain two communities of interest in Livingston County, and also allow for a decent district up to Flint from what's left over. So the first part is going to be relatively simple, and I'll handle the rest of it when it either comes back to me or if someone is wanting to draw in Livingston County after me. So if you could go south a little bit, Kent. All right there. We'll take the Brighton Township and then the 4 that are surrounding Brighton currently.
Okay, I can point out that in previous versions, these blue and blue-green lines are what y'all drew in the past.
Correct.
So that's where you're at with, okay. All
correct. Yep. And then at the
that's 88. Let me get started with that.
And then at the bottom corner, we're going to grab Pinckney. And then the not the whole thing, just the 2 larger township voting precincts that are here get rid of, but it just the 2 in the corner, Pinckney, and the one directly to the southeast.
You did say southeast and not. So it'd be more like that.
Correct. You got it. And then as far as communities of interest goes, Livingston County is basically my community of interest. So as I live there. And I'm going to leave it here for this particular district now. I won't go into the remaining portion as of yet. And I also feel this is going to, since we're going from Detroit outwards, the districts that we drew, we're going to change them anyways. And this is going to allow for better districts south in the south, I believe, southern Michigan. And that's it for my turn at this point. So I'll turn it back over to you, Vice Chair Rothorn.
Thank you, Commissioner Witches. And I just want to acknowledge that you also were listening to comment that we had from MSU, right? That was the other day. There was I think Dan. Yep. Okay. Any other? Okay. We're to you, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, let's go over towards Shelby Township again.
You gotta help me with it a little bit.
Yeah.
Sure, okay.
Yep. So what I want to try to do is let's take the rest of Oakland Township, which is just to the east of 30. You could go over one more township. No, we're the other way.
Okay.
Yeah, we've already taken a portion of it.
Got it.
Yeah, just don't make it green. You'll confuse me.
If it comes up green, we'll change it. But
yeah, I know that. Good. So now let's look at going west. I'm sorry, east. What's the population that we have in that next township?
28,165.
Yeah, put that in. Put the whole thing in. Let's see where we're at.
And now you're roughly halfway there.
We're only halfway there. Okay. Let me see if there's any down below. So, okay, good. So do I want to go? I want to go back at Oakland Township, go north. Yeah. Yep. Take that. And then take the rest of the township with Oxford. Yep.
You'll need about 22,800 more.
What's the population? Yeah, that one there. Yep.
We can't hear you, Kent.
10,000 people. This will be about 10, 12,000 people, all this.
Oh, wow.
Which you only need 22.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Choose it. Yeah. Because we're getting into rural districts now. Okay. Can you go down?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Let's see where we're at. So I'm short 13,000.
Yes.
What's
That's this whole township's 3,700,
Yeah,
5,300. Here's
That's
15,000 here.
so that's 15 there.
Right here, yes.
And let me see what that is. Oh, Ortonville. And it's the northern part of Oakland County. Yeah, let's take that one. Yeah.
And that's going to put you a little over.
That's okay. Yeah. 1,900 over. Yeah, I'm good with that. I think what we've got here is the bottom of Oakland Township is relatively heavily populated, but as we move north, in the northern part of Oxford and the township we just did and over in Romeo, it gets more rural. So I think we're in good shape here.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark.
Mhm.
Secretary of State, are we okay? All right. We are on to you, Commissioner Curry.
Okay. I don't know if I want to stay in this area or have Grand Rapids been finished? The area of Grand Rapids?
Sorry, we couldn't hear you.
I
Okay.
don't know what
Yeah,
to do. I don't have Grand Rapids been finished?
Has Grand Rapids been finished? Oh, good question.
It was done in previous
It was done earlier. Yes.
sessions.
What we haven't done, Commissioner Curry, I'll read it. We haven't, we have the balance of 3 counties, Oakland, Macomb, and St. Clair counties. We haven't finished those. We have not done the thumb. And we also have not finished the sort of the Tri-Cities area. Those are the places that we need to do.
Okay. I'm trying to stay with these notes I have and try to give these people their request. What about Holland? And well, that's their Grand Rapids, isn't it?
It is.
Where is that at on the map?
You're looking for Holland, is that correct?
Yes.
It's in the western edge where Kent is hovering the cursor around it. Do you see it there on West Michigan?
Okay.
It's not far from Grand.
Okay, it's not far from Grand Rapids? Is that what you said? Okay. Is it okay if I work there for a little while?
You're welcome to do that. Would you like to have Kent bring up the overlay that shows what we did before?
Yes. Are you
okay,
all
so
satisfied with the overlay? Or did you all, do you want me to touch it or not touch it?
I think we're all pretty satisfied. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go somewhere else.
Chair Zatella
Okay.
has a thought. Commissioner Curry, Chair Zatella has a thought too.
Okay.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we're gonna have to look at these on Monday anyway, and we can make changes to it then, but we still have a whole bunch of area around the thumb and north Macomb County that I think we should try to focus on, just because we haven't drawn anything there yet.
Okay,
And
let's go to Macomb then.
thank you.
And Commissioner Curry, I really appreciated that you've got your notes out and you've got the COIs and you wanted to draw where you were looking at. So I appreciate that. That's, yeah.
Okay. I got so many notes, I don't know where to find them when it comes to this map. Okay.
You said the thumb area. Is that correct, Commissioner Curry?
That's what they say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's go to the thumb.
Okay.
So that's where we are. And this is the St. Clair County that we have to finish. Yes. So you're in the right area.
Okay. St. Clair County. Okay. I didn't read anything about this area too much. I wished I had read it. New Haven. Okay, let's start with need to go up instead of going up and coming down. So let's go from the bottom up. Let's start at New Haven.
Start right here where my cursor is.
Yes, sir.
Select all three. I'll just select all three townships and we'll see what the numbers are.
Okay.
And that's only 20,000. You want to add Richmond to it?
Let's add Richmond and possibly Amada.
That whole area is only 38, so it's a good starting point. Shall I assign it?
Yes, please. And that's only 38 so far, 38,000?
Yes, ma'am. And this is the little townships of Memphis.
Okay,
That's Memphis. Yeah.
Okay, let's pull up, let's do Berlin, Raleigh, and Wales and see what we come up with if we don't go over the population, since they're all stuck together there.
No, you have quite a long ways to go to get all that.
Okay, great. Do anybody have any information about some of these townships? And because I don't remember even taking any notes on Raleigh or Berlin or any of those places.
Commissioner Clark has some help for you.
Yeah, all these townships are rural. And the big exception you're going to have is Port Huron, that's over where the Sarnia sign is. And of course, then you have the Lake Shore as well. But from here all the way up to the top of the thumb, it's basically rural except Port Huron. And so we're going to find townships with populations around 3,000 or 4,000. So,
well, we got to stick them somewhere, right?
That's true.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
And I like what you're drawing here, Commissioner Curry, because I think you're sort of helping preserve the lakeshore potentially, which is one of those communities of interest.
Okay, let's do that. St. Clair. To the right. Right.
If you go to the right, you're going towards the lakeshore. And I think the district you're drawing is sort of an inner district rather than a lakeshore district.
So then we need to go up. Okay, let's do Kanaki, Emmett, and Muskie and see what we come up with.
Okay, that is 9,000. So we still have 33,000 to go.
And this is really all rural. So if I keep going, I'm just collecting rural area, really, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So you can start selecting.
We want to keep the lake shores together. So let me just hook all the rural up together. Let's do Yale.
So do you want to go left any or continue going upward?
She was suggesting.
Since it's all rural, let's just stay upward. Mostly rural, we can just stay upward, and then that'll give other people a chance to put the populations together, because I haven't read about this rural area too much. And I think we can't go wrong if it's rural. So how many is that now, Kent?
You still need 26,000 plus people.
Okay, is there anyone in Brown City?
I'm sure there are.
1,200. That's about 1,300. That's
Okay,
1178, 1340.
Commissioner Clark has a thought.
Yeah, can you bring that down a little when you get an opportunity, Kent?
Okay.
I would suggest going west on 48 for 2 townships. And you know where
Okay.
Emily City is? Yeah.
Yeah.
That area.
Okay.
Because that's all rural up there as well. And
What about Elmont?
I would not go over to Lapeer. Lapeer is more, I think, associated with Flint area, but
What about Elmont?
Almont, Imlay, Attica, and Dryden.
Okay.
Those I would suggest.
Let's try those, Ken.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just highlighting them. So that is 28,000. That'll put you close right there.
That'll
Assign
do it,
those.
pretty much.
It'll be
What you
very
guys think?
close.
That's pretty good. And if I'm not mistaken, you stayed, we've only got like, that's just one other county. So I think you've stayed within the county borders too. I think that's pretty good.
Okay, let's leave it like that then. I know a lot of people like to be in the rural areas. We did find that out, that some people just love being in the rural. So maybe they'll find each other somewhere between here and there. And so we'll leave it like that if everybody's pleased with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry. We're all set.
Thank you.
All right. We are on to Commissioner Eid.
Okay. So let's continue with this. Let's take all of the area to the right of what Commissioner Curry drew.
And that's going to be close. That's 89,000.
All right, and let's take those 2 precincts above it. Yeah, and maybe change the color there as well. All right, quick turn. You know, this is and I'll also say this is a lakeshore community right here. I mean, we have all of the lake that we're on and just the one township inland. So I think it makes a lot of sense.
And if I'm not mistaken, there was a suggestion when we were at Port Huron to draw such a district. Okay, very good. I believe we are back to you, Commissioner Lett. So soon.
Well, let's continue in the thumb area. Start above, take all of that county north of 48.
Yes, sir.
Take the thumb.
You mean the thumbnail?
Yes, the thumbnail.
Thumbnail.
And the toenail also. Wait, you're a straight man today? Let's see. what do we have immediately to the west of 48, that county? The rest of that county?
This county.
No, down
here.
Yeah.
Sounds like we catch up.
It's probably going to be too much. Be pretty cool.
That area is 14. That would make it 18.
Okay.
Or you could just do this like a row. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Add that, highlight that, and let's see what that does for us.
Yes. Let it catch up. Just a moment. Should be deselecting that area now. Just waiting for it.
Want my eraser?
Sometimes I think it would be easier. It's still not behaving. Commissioner Clark.
Yes, Steve, there's also two townships up near approaching Bay City, but not quite there. They're at the bottom of the bay that are in this county that we're working in, or the one of the counties that we're working in here. So that there's small population that may be beneficial to you.
Why don't you put this rug at the end of the stair?
All right, I'm going to recover some of this work. Okay, we spoke of this. We've got to put this back in it. I think the last thing we're going to do is highlight this and see how many, what the population is of those 4 townships.
Yeah, but we had gone down. Go ahead, do that. Go ahead.
So that's only 8,000. I know we had done this area, but we hadn't assigned it yet. You were
talking about the bottom of the bay.
Those two, yeah.
So if I
They're in a
could,
different county, that's the only issue.
I'm in that county now.
Okay.
So if I go across the top, my question is that going to impinge on Bay City and what we want to do over there?
I was looking at it from the perspective of part of the lakefront, because it's going all around.
Let's go across the top row.
This top
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot the mic.
Okay, across this top row like this?
Yes.
That's 7,200.
Take the next one, the corner. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get it. That is 7,800.
Take the next row down.
Okay. Now you're at 1,400, so that would put you about 8,000 shy.
Take the next row.
You want to do these two as well? That'll put you right at about 1,000 over. You want to assign those?
Yes.
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, that's one configuration. The other one I was thinking is, rather than do what we did near the lake shore, was come straight down. Because what we're confronted with now is taking the rest of rural counties and going west to try to keep them together. And we're going to go far west because they have limited population. So if you came down, if you eliminated the 4 eastern or the western townships, then came down through Marysville and that direction, I think we may be better off when we go to get the next district.
Highlighted area has 27,000.
Let's put the highlighted in and take the 4 at the bottom of the bay out.
Unassigning these 4. So now you're still 24,000 high.
Yeah, just take off the western row.
These 2 right here?
No, the western row. Column. Western column.
Okay. Starting here?
Well, that might be too many. Well, we'll find out. Go ahead.
So now you're just 4,900 over.
Okay, go down to the bottom, the southern end, 4,900.
Yes, sir.
So if we take off Deerfield,
you are 829 people low.
I would think that's not too tacky, but if we can work on getting it closer, if we want. Okay, so this is community of interest is obviously the thumb area. It's agriculture, high percentage of cash crop, sugar beets, corn and beans. It's historically been a district, and it will remain so. I've looked at the notes that I've had, as well as MGQ notes, and for communities of interest, and determining that this would be an appropriate district for the House District number 50.
Thank you, Commissioner Lett. We are on to Commissioner Orton.
Kent, if you could kind of scroll out just a little bit so I can get a picture of everything that we've done. Okay, so the areas that we have not previously mapped would be basically the unassigned area from 46 up. Is that right?
I think that's accurate, but maybe Ken's going to put the overlays on for us.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioner Orton, I just wanted to acknowledge that I think we may not have mapped the area that we are in today, meaning at CMU, and that this, I think we're, yeah, so if you wanted to, I know that there was some community interest that's been, so.
And we do have one going from here up. I'll have to find it, but unless you're getting ready to go up there, I won't worry about it right now.
So
these are all the different layers or house plans we've done previously.
Okay. So I will try to do the area that we're in today, since that looks like it isn't mapped. Can you, yeah, and let me see north a little bit. No, to the west. And that's good. I want so that you can see Alma near the west border up above. It's a town, yeah. So zoom out a little bit. Thank you. Okay, choose. I guess that's a township where Mount Pleasant is.
That's
up above, the township above that.
Mount Pleasant?
Yes, choose that whole township.
Yes, ma'am.
District 52, I guess.
Is it 52? I think it's 51. It's 51.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. We can make it 52. If you
No,
want it.
that's fine. Oh, county, whole county.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. I was doing township. So
I think that's what I said, but county would be good. And different color, please.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, we should do maroon or gold because that's CMU color.
We can do that. We can make that happen. Maroon. See if I have. Now it's more orange. I put maroons down in here. There we go.
It might pass.
Is that too red? Do we need more maroon?
I think it's the thought that counts.
There.
I think it'll work.
We'll do the next one in gold.
We don't know. I don't know what the colors for Alma College are. So, you know.
Okay,
So-
you're right at, you need 27,000 more.
Commissioner, let me know what the colors are of plaid, right? Because they're Scottish.
Okay. All right. Go down to Gratiot County. Take the first, those top 12. So include Alma and Ithaca and all those townships.
Where I'm at now?
Yes. And yes.
All that.
And one more row down.
Okay, well, that'll be 6,000 too many.
Oh, well. Oh, okay.
So you want to assign those, unassign them?
Assign them for now. Okay. I don't know much about this area except what we've been told in communities of interest, but I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about Ithaca. Like, I assume that associates with Alma. I'm not sure what area would be best to remove. So Ithaca is the county seat. So this county is split in half. I guess it could go either way. Let's take off Lafayette and Wheeler over to the right. And any opinions? Has anyone heard anything more specific about communities of interest in this area other than Alma and Pleasant or Mount Pleasant?
Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, the only community of interest that I'm aware of, other than being mostly rural, is I believe there's a Native American reservation just north of Mount Pleasant. And then we've captured that.
Okay. Okay, then will you scroll back down? Take off Summer Township.
You're just 900 over now.
Okay, will you scroll out just a little bit? I'd like to see that whole county. Okay, I'm just not sure whether Ithaca should go with that smaller portion of the county that I have it in, or if it would be better to leave it out, but we can leave it like this for now.
I'm sure we'll get some public comment.
Yeah.
All right.
Any questions, Secretary of State?
Commissioner Clark has a thought before.
Yeah, do we have an overlay of that Native American reservation? Just because I may go into another township as well. That may be significant.
I can make one right quick.
Kent, for the public, yeah, we'll put it up.
Okay, let me fix it for the Native American. It appears that the we're looking at the township layer, but this township here, Chippewa, has 21% of that township is Native American combined with total, whatever.
And that lines up with the map that we have that I was looking at earlier on paper. Okay, so I believe we're back to Secretary of State. Do I have any questions for District 51? Okay, thank you. That means we are, I think, on to me. Is that right? Yes, we are on to me. So I'm going to try around 27, 28, Kent. What I'm going to try to do is, move out. So Commissioner Clark, you were saying something about Lapeer. Again, this is, I'm trying to remember communities of interest.
Yeah, I would associate Lapeer and Davison more with Flint and.
Okay, so I'm going to, yes.
Other areas. But,
so what I'm going to try to do then, Kent.
I wouldn't object to Lapeer being part of the rural districts either.
Okay, and Chair Zatella, please.
Yeah, I think it's appropriate to put Davison with Lapeer, but I definitely would not go all the way over to Flint.
Okay, so the suburban area that is, I see Burton, that's 29,715. What I'm thinking about, and I want your opinions, I'm thinking about going, sort of the townships and the voting precincts, just north across to Lapeer. So it would include the urban area of Burton, Davison, Elba, Lapeer, and the town of Lapeer. And then if we need more population, I would go further south. Does that seem reasonable for a district?
I have to see it, so.
Okay.
That was a lot.
Is that roughly what you had in mind? Because this
it is, yes.
This is one precinct that comes all the way around.
Yep. And it looks like we're at 37,000. So I'm going to keep drawing
Okay.
and continue further south, or can you fill in the southern and the eastern edge? So we'll clean it up. Yeah.
Okay.
You got it, Kent. That's the direction I'm headed. Mhm. That's another 22,000.
Yes. So that would,
And then I'm thinking Grand Blanc. And maybe that next township, but then we're probably going to be close to population. We have 36, almost 36,000. Mhm. And this is primarily a suburban.
with that
Yes,
remaining precinct.
that seems
Rural.
no, it's
Rural.
rural. So let's not do it, Kent.
Okay.
We're gonna try to keep this a more suburban area and small, villages around Flint kind of district. So Grand Blanc, please, and then Atlas, if we need it.
Well, I'm in town. Okay. That was, I'll get the precincts connecting it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Along those lines there.
Yes, that's okay right now. Oh, then we're going to continue. Yeah, actually, because Grand Blanc probably does, that's a suburban section based on the voting precincts. Yeah, let's keep that. Mhm. And then we'll go into Goodrich, please. Oh, we're going to be pretty close to population.
Yes.
52.
So you're just 4,000 under.
Yep. So let's select that.
That's 2314.
So let's do, yes, those two that you named. Let's do those two precincts, please.
And that'll put you quite close.
Okay. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think we just moved out to the rural area by going to the east into Goodrich area. Another consideration, maybe go west instead. And, just and south of 27 district.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella, do you have any thoughts on that? Or I see Commissioner Horton's hand. Let me go to Commissioner Horton.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's two thoughts. So first is I'm worried about what kind of district we're going to need to build around this based on how you're drawing. So that's like one issue. Secondly, I'm just not so sure that I would even carry Lapeer that far over in Detroit. Lapeer does not consider, or Flint, I'm sorry. Lapeer does not consider itself a suburb of Flint. Lapeer is its own little city. It's got its own hospital. I have family that lives there, and I can tell you the reason why they like it is because it's a big enough city to be sort of self-sustaining without having to venture into Flint for, I keep calling it Detroit, venture into Flint for like hospital care and doctors and things like that. So I just think it's kind of an odd combination because I feel like, and I mean, I'm sure the public will comment on this, that Lapeer considers itself more rural and it's surrounded by, as Doug described, horse country with Metamora and Mayfield and Hadley. And I just don't really see it going all the way over to Burton. I just don't see those as being linked. And then I'm worried about how are we going to tie all these other townships together the way that you've got it drawn. I just think it's sort of odd.
I appreciate that. Commissioner Orton and then Commissioner Lett.
My only concern was the area we're leaving around it for a district.
Well said.
I wouldn't worry about the non-urban area. Most of that, other than the actual cities, it's mostly farmland out there.
Okay.
It's all cash crop. So that's other than the actual cities.
Thank you.
And they're obviously not huge.
Yeah, thank you. So I do want to, my intention is to draw sort of a suburban or ex-urban area around Flint. And so I would like to take off Elba and Lapeer, Kent. And then I guess further, we're going to, I guess, go maybe a little bit north into Richfield, maybe, and then south around Mundy. I don't want to create too much of a donut feeling. I don't want to create too much of a C, but that's what I'm trying to do, is grab population that is essentially suburban.
So we're going to come up here and go into Genesee, or
yes,
you want to finish getting Grand Blanc?
You know, that looks like more population down there. So let's get the rest of Grand Blanc and Mundy, please. Commissioner Witches.
I actually had an idea for the northern border of Livingston County up past where you're drawing right now through and including the area that would be to the west of what we drew for Flint at this particular point. Feel free to go ahead and do what you're thinking.
I would love your thoughts. If you're, I guess what I'm hearing is that you may have some ideas on how to make these connect. And I think that's one of the reasons I shifted that.
Correct.
First one. Yeah.
Like for the idea that I have, which I'll bring up later on, where your District 52 stops on the west side,
yeah,
would be perfect.
Okay, so
but I wouldn't go into Mundy.
Don't go into Mundy. Okay, very good. Then let's take the rest of Goodrich, because we have about 12,000 still, and then we're going to go north. Please, Kent. Yep. We're going to sort of round out, take all of Genesee, the remainder of Genesee and that Richfield Township, and then we'll going to be right on the money. It's going to be great.
Yeah. You're going to be about 11,000 over with all of that in there.
That's a little bit over. All right, then let's take out Richfield Township, please. Not the whole township, unless that's, do we see the population of Richfield?
So, I mean, just 365, 9,000.
So it's 9,000. So we'd be 2,000 over, and the shape would be a little, it would. And I think shape at this point is at the bottom of my concerns.
Now you could take the top of Genesis. A lot of things.
Go ahead, Kent. You were looking at the top of Genesee.
There's quite a few things. I mean, you could take the top off, but then you have this township. It would be into 3 districts, so 2.
Yeah.
If you unassign that, that would end up in another district. You could take the top off both of them.
Let's try that. Let's take the top off of both. Well, but then, yeah. Okay, let's just take off the Richfield Township, please. The whole township. Okay.
You're 3% high.
Okay. And because don't know if it's gonna, it's not my favorite shape. Commissioner Orton.
We just zoom in again to the top little hooky part. So could we just take that top precinct off?
The northern part of Genesee Township, that top precinct. Can we try that, Kent? Take that off and see what happens.
It'd be just a couple of hundred over.
So the reason I wasn't thinking about that, Commissioner Orton, is because we've got then that one township is in 3 different.
Yeah. And the water there is also would be in 3. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's why I wanted to keep it in, even though the shape is not my favorite. But Commissioner Lett,
I was going to say, what's your population of 28? You're 54. I mean, if you put it in to 28,
I like that.
You'd be a little high, but
Yeah, let's try that, Kent. Let's see what happens if we put it into 28.
Might be able to take this one
Commissioner Kurt.
into 52.
Commissioner Curry also had her hand raised.
Oh, thank you.
So 28 is 2,500 high, but you have it's in 28. I don't know. Well, this what we were, weren't you looking at the so that was, I know the other day, looking at well, you're still, pretty good. It was, remember,
this is the African American theme, right?
yes,
Yeah.
alone,
Alone,
not
okay.
to combine, but still by adding in that, you may have brought that down a little bit,
right?
But you're still over to 35. If I remember right, it was like 37 and 34 and a half or something. I don't know. But,
true. So because of that, thank you for bringing that up.
But that's only I think it might be 0.5%. Now, if you took this precinct here,
let's try
and put
that.
it in 52.
I see your hand, Commissioner Orton, and I want to make sure that Commissioner Curry gets in. Did you have something that you wanted to share, Commissioner Curry? We can't hear you.
I said I did, but I'll pass right now.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Curry. So Commissioner Orton?
Okay, I just need to say, while we appreciate your experience, Kent, and your work, you need to not direct the lines.
I wasn't trying to direct. Commissioner Lett suggested putting this in the 28. Seeing that it was high, I just pointed out there was one to counteract what was such a great concern yesterday or day before, which was the non-Hispanic Black percentages between the districts.
Thank you, Ken. Commissioner Clark?
Yeah, that precinct that Kent just mentioned down in the southern part of, I don't know, I can't see the number, or southern part of 28. Yeah, that one there. If you move that to 52, it takes it out of 28 and keeps it in the township it should be in.
Right. And I do want to, in the numbers, because we worked hard on that district 28, 27 and 28. We did look, and I really want to respect that we needed Mr. Adelson's review of it, because we were working hard to get it, the Black population higher while respecting communities of interest. So at this point, I
don't know.
I'm hesitant to make the change, and I would like to try. Let's just so that in District 28, the light green, there's a southeast corner. There's a block there. That one voting precinct. It looks like maybe it's even half a precinct.
The southeast. This one.
That southeast. Yep. If we could assign that to 52, please. Okay, and it did increase. Okay, and at this point, the watershed, so that township is in is in 2 separate rather than 3 separate districts. We may have preserved the voting rights district that we wanted, or opportunity to elect district. We don't know that until we have Mr. Adelson's thoughts. And 52, it's not an opportunity to elect district, but it is a suburban district, and it doesn't have, it's not, it doesn't have too many, it's pretty suburban. Yeah, so I'm going to leave it at this point. It is overpopulated, which is okay at this point. And thanks for all the collaboration, everyone. Okay, very good. We are on to Chair Zatella.
All right, so I'm going to try to fill in what's left of Lapeer. So Kent, if you could just take the remaining portion of Lapeer Township, those 8 8, or Lapeer County, those 8 townships right there, including the city of Lapeer. Yep. And include Marathon and Deerfield too. And we're going to grab, you can assign those. Yep. So if you can pull it down a little bit so I can see what's above there, that'd be helpful.
Yes, ma'am. Right.
So we're going to bring in, yeah, we're going to bring in Richfield and Forest, which are right next to it to the west. Yeah. And then Thetford, Vienna, and Clio. Vienna and Clio are in the same township. So, yep, those right there. Bring those in.
I'll change the color as soon as it finishes assigning.
All right. And so we're also going to put in Watertown.
Watertown.
Yep, just add in Watertown. And then if you could just zoom out to make sure I got everything underneath. I thought I did, but I just want to make sure I didn't leave anything down at the bottom open. No, okay, we're good. All right, that is my district. There we go.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. I think we're all set.
And I would
Commissioner
also like to
Zatala,
point
could
out.
you-
Yep, go ahead. I was just going to say the communities of interest that I was considering was
Perfect.
maintaining the areas immediately surrounding Lapeer together as a community of interest. And that's about it. And I'd also point out we're almost halfway through, guys. We're at 53. So we're making good progress.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Villette, we're back to you.
Can you move out so I can see the whole map? And so I'm going to go up by the thumb next to 50 and 31. And can you start at the shoreline? Can I see some? Thank you. I'll take, what is that? With the A, I can't read it.
Akron.
Yes, Akron.
Wisner, there's little Fairhaven stuck up here, a little bit higher. No, I guess it's not. Okay.
Right, Akron. Next to it, is it Wisner?
Yes, ma'am.
And should I put Columbia in there? Would that be too? Okay, Columbia. And then below that, Elmer, Fairgrove, Guilford. Can I see a population?
Yes, ma'am. It's summing up. It's done just now. So you still have 84,000 to
Okay.
go.
So let's go around the bay with Hampton. And what is that, Essexville?
All three of these little.
Yes.
Okay. And that's going to put 61,000 in it. We don't want Ellington. I don't know how I did that.
Janice, do you have an idea of what's going to happen with sort of the Frankenmuth and the, Tuscola Township, Vassar, Fremont? Are you thinking about those as you draw this one?
Well, do you suggest that I do?
Well, I think as, just as other commissioners were pointing out, I think to me, as I was drawing, it's like, it's important to think about that too. It's a very rural area. And so I just wanted to make sure that if you draw just the water area, it may be, if that's your intention.
Well, that was my intention, but if you have another suggestion, I'm open to it.
Nope. If you draw the water area, then that makes it clear that the other one will be an interior. That's
Okay,
helpful.
but what is the issue you think that's going to create?
No, I don't think it creates an issue. It's just I think we'll just have to figure out if we have enough population in that, right? Just like you're doing.
Okay, can we go around the water? And then when we do that, if we have to adjust it, we can do that? Okay. So I just wanted to go around the water. What is that? Coughlin and Fraser. Can you add that in?
It's doing it now.
Thank you.
You still need 16,000.
So do you think I should take Garfield or am I blocking in?
Well, I think you've got Bay City, and I think you've got, right, this is that Tri-City area. So I think you've got to sort of think about that community of interest. I don't know that this is a shoreline district necessarily as defined by them. So I think you want to, wrestle with that.
Okay, so I guess I'm not understanding. Are you saying I should take Bay City out?
What I'm hearing you say is you want to draw a sort of a shoreline.
So we'll continue up to Pinconning and Standish.
That's an additional 5,204 people.
Janice, can I get in? What you may want to consider is how many counties you're crossing.
Okay.
For this one district.
Okay, so are you think that I should maybe go to the west and go over to 32?
This is a hard one to draw. So you're asking good questions. I don't know that I have the answers. I really just have more questions. I apologize. And I see Commissioner Eid has a hand.
Yeah, I maybe would just try taking the whole township that Bay City is in and seeing if maybe you can incorporate that with the little bit you have to the east of it. If that helps, because you need 11,000 more people, but if you take off the top part, you might be okay. But then, as I'm looking at this, you would then leave a whole kind of row there in between 32 and 54.
Commissioner Witches, did I see your hand?
No.
Janice, back to you. Oh, Commissioner Clark, sorry.
I agree with you, Anthony, but that corridor between Bay City and Midland is significant population. It's like 15,000 people, at least.
So one way to start with this, Janice, is you might just select the county of Bay, like all of Bay County, for example, and just see if that, like where you are with population, and then go out from there. It would be more or less a shoreline district, right? It's just 2 townships wide. It is kind of that shoreline that you wanted.
Okay. Okay, so let's do that.
What was that exactly?
Select
Bay County.
Select Bay County, and you're going to be over a little bit, so you'll have to take off, but then you'll have that, like within one county and that shoreline district potentially.
So now, do you want to unassign these townships outside of Bay?
Yes, the northern ones first.
The northern ones first, okay. Okay, you still need to unassign 19,000. Yep.
So, okay, can I see the counties so I know what to ask you to delete or remove? Thank you. Okay. Columbia, remove that. Akron. And Wisner. But now I'm low. No, you're.
Excuse me?
Oh, I'm high.
Oh.
Elmer, remove Fairgrove and Guilford.
You still have a 12,244
Can't take
over the.
Merritt out. Can you go a little more north? Just a little. And take out Gibson.
Commissioner Witches.
My suggestion would be to, well, actually, can I see the southern border of District 54? Dun, dun, dun. I would take out Frankenloost and Portsmouth and add Gibson back in.
Okay, let's try that.
Just because there's a big giant German population that lives in that particular area that is in with Frankenmuth, and that could be potentially a COI district right there.
Okay, take out Frankenmuth and Portsmouth and add Gibson back in.
Chair Zatella and then Chair Zatella and then Commissioner Clark.
Guys, that's not Frankenmuth. Frankenmuth is farther south. That's Frankenlust. It's a different community.
I understand that.
Oh, you just said Frankenmuth.
I said Frankenloost, which is how you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, misunderstood you.
Okay. Commissioner Clark's also okay. Keep going, Chair Commissioner Villette.
So I'm still like 3,000 over.
Yes, ma'am.
And we've been pretty underpopulated, so I think if you feel good about this, I think you're.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Commissioner Villette. We are on to Commissioner Weiss.
Thank you. Can you scroll out just a little bit more so I can see what we have left?
I'm going to turn off these previously done house district layers so it's a little neater.
All right, I guess, I don't know, we're going to get, if we get boxed in here. I guess I'd like to start it in 31, but to the west in that township or the county, I should say. And let's try to fill that in. Yeah, you get Freeland up there in that and maybe go straight across right under District 54. Take that.
This area here,
Yes, sir.
this little piece. A little piece here that looks to be isolated
Yeah, see what that is.
is
Or just
Milwaukee.
add it, and we can always take it out or do whatever. Oh, that's Zilwaukee.
Yes, sir.
All right, now I think I'd like to go left and take the rows across the top there.
This area in here?
Yes, sir. Yeah, actually you got Merrill, Hemlock, Frost, and Shields and all that.
And down in here?
Yes. And pick up the ones that are right there that are missing right there to the right there between the.
Yes, sir. And I'll change the colors.
Yeah, how come we get so much green there, bud?
It's poplar, evidently. There's some precincts I guess you want to get in that
Yes,
are
right
been
there,
isolated.
Let's get them picked
Let me
up.
get those first.
All right, I think we should go west again and go right along the other district there.
So
yeah, go right just to the left of Hemlock.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Wheeler, Lafayette, and then come back to the right and pick those up.
This far?
Yes. Let's pick up James and Spalding.
Yep, we got part of Saginaw, this district, so I need to do this
Go ahead, fix
separately.
it. Yeah.
I have to do it by blocks now. It's
Okay.
split precinct.
here's what I'm thinking, like, I think we, if you finish, if you feel like, I don't want to rush.
Using these blocks in these large rural, it looks like a
Right.
wilderness area. virtually.
Yeah, I think it's not much out there. There's mostly a lot of open land.
You have to be, it makes you be zoomed in to use blocks,
Right.
and it's big area. I crossed over that township. I don't know if you meant to do that or not. I'm gonna,
yeah, let's wait and see.
I'm gonna take it out.
Yeah, take it out, I guess.
Because I did not intend to do that. All right. 6 of 1, half dozen, all right. Well, we're missing one there, but we'll get it right now before I forget about it.
$24,000. Geez, thanks. All right, let's zoom out a little bit so I can see.
You still have 24,000 to go.
Yes, I know. Let's go.
Charles probably fix that for you.
Yeah. Would you go in a little bit so I can see what the population is in that area around Frankenmuth and that? Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Let's go up near District 54 to the east and just start filling in and come right around Saginaw. I think I might be pretty close.
Do you want to put Merritt?
Yeah, let's do Merritt and then Bloomfield.
Okay.
And the rest of Bridgeport and then the Frankenmuth area. And I think I'm going to be a little over though.
You're not going to be over. You're still under. I guess most of Bridgeforth is in at 31.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. I thought there was more in there. What have we got up at the top there? If we scroll out a little bit.
Commissioner Orton has a thought.
Oh, yes.
So I really don't like that donut thing going on.
I know.
Could
So have you got a better,
Well-
and I know you have a better suggestion.
Well, I have a thought, but I don't know what your plan, I don't know what you know. I know you are from this area, but I'm thinking if we start up at the top by the lake and come down and just see where population takes us.
In other words, fill that area into the east and then come around.
Yeah.
All right. Let's try that. Fill that area in and then we'll take it off from the west side there of where we're at now, but fill all that into the east.
Commissioner Eid?
Yes, sir. I'm waiting for it to finish
Yes.
doing whatever it's
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah, I don't like the donut either, but I think that's how we drew Flint for the VRA reasons. So I see what you're saying with going to the east, but I wouldn't necessarily have such a big problem with it being a donut like that.
Chair Zatella? And then Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out the time. We're at 2:53. We were actually supposed to stop about 10 minutes ago, but I wanted to see if we could get a little bit more done. So I'm just letting you know, we'll go a few more minutes and then we need to move on to the other items on our agenda.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, did you have a thought?
Yeah, I agree with Cynthia that we should go over to the east and then eliminate some from the west. The so-called donut and donut hole. I call it a peach and a peach
Commissioner Witches?
peach pit.
I was gonna say, I don't really mind the look here. If we take the balance of what's over to the west of District 50 as it's drawn now and then snake on down, that could potentially be fine. Again, the shape is not really something that we need to really be concerned with at this point.
And it looks like we may, is our, it looks like our computer has helped us decide. And just to acknowledge that the Saginaw area is one of those places that we're going to need a VRA analysis from from Mr. Adelson, who will be with us on Monday. And so acknowledging that we don't have we've got a district here that's assigned that we're not happy with, that we're going to, but we have to leave it for the moment. I wonder if there's a way, because it's time for us to stop. I'm wondering, General Counsel, do you have any thoughts? And I'm going to get back to you, Commissioner Weiss. Should we go to Commissioner Weiss first, General Counsel, or you?
The reason I want to jump in first, Cynthia, I like your idea. I actually thought about that. I have a doctor's appointment Monday, so I'll be late. I don't know what time I'll be, but I'll be a little late. So would you please take over and finish my district? And I know it will be perfect.
We can just mind meld and I'll do what you would do.
We'll work on it.
I got the
And Commissioner Lett has the eraser. General Counsel, do you have any thoughts?
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, the district does raise some concerns and I realize that it's going to be analyzed and modified further, but the commission has basically locked itself into just having Saginaw in a district. And I think when you run those numbers, that's not going to be an appropriate result. So I look forward to seeing what the commission does on Monday. Mr. Adelson will be here Monday afternoon after the lunch recess.
Thank you, General Counsel.
Thank you.
Mr. Segal?
I brought the plan back up. It is without District 55. Do you want me to put it back in or just leave it out for now?
Commissioner Weiss?
I think we'll leave it out and then Cynthia knows what what she wants to do, and I agree with what she's saying. So,
Okay,
and I will be as soon as I can.
thank you, Commissioner Weiss. All right, with our mapping portion of unfinished business done, I'm going to hand it back over to our chair.
Okay, so we have not finished our unfinished business, so we will not be starting new business. Approval of minutes, we don't have any to approve today. Staff reports, we, without objection, I'd like to ask our Executive Director, Sue Hammersmith, to provide a report. Please proceed, Executive Director Hammersmith.
Just very quickly, I wanted to mention that I need expense reports to be filed as soon as possible. Remember, our fiscal year ends September 30th, so I would like everything in for September by that date so we can get those paid. And Kelly Services typically has a lag of, anywhere from a week to 2 weeks. So we need them in now so they get paid as quickly as possible. I also want to report that Fink Resick will be at our meeting on Tuesday for their interview at 1 p.m. So wanted you to know that that is scheduled. And if anybody has any alternative maps that you want considered as part of the deliberations next week, I would recommend you get them in over the weekend. So our mappers and Michigan Department of State has at least 24 hours to post those in advance of the Monday meeting, ideally, or any other meeting that you'd wish to have them posted. So that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Without objection, we will hear from Communications and Outreach Director Edward Woods III to provide his report. Hearing no objections, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you so much. I'm happy to report that the shape files that were talked about yesterday have been completed, and they were actually completed while the public comments were being offered. But they were actually correct from yesterday. We did not have all 5 shape files. There were actually 2. And so it has been completed. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Scott McClellan with the Center Square for his article, Michigan Independent Redistricting Committee says some media analysis is concerning. And I just want to comment, during the New York Times Company versus United States, the US Supreme Court Justice Hugo Black said, the press was to serve the governed, but not the governors. In serving the governed, I believe the following: if the press can watch the videos and report commission attendance, then the press can watch the videos and accurately report what transpired at each commission meeting. All of the commission meetings are available on the MICRC YouTube channel and Facebook page. The commission meetings being too long and inconvenient to cover are not acceptable excuses for the press in its responsibility to serve the governed. There's no secrecy regarding the work of the commission. For the first time in Michigan's history, all commission meetings are available online for the media and the public. Although redistricting may be a complex topic for reporters to convey to the public, it is responsibility of their employer to invest the resources to ensure it serves the governed. If the press can do it for scandals, it can also do it for Michigan's new redistricting process. It is not the responsibility of the MICRC to supplement resources for the media to cover our meetings. As it relates to scrutiny, we expect and welcome the press to serve the governed. In serving the governed, the press needs to cite the Constitution adequately as it relates to affiliates and the role of the Michigan legislature in evaluating commissioner candidates. The press also needs to cite and reference the U.S. Census policy sufficiently as it refers to prisoner counts and how the policy can be changed through federal and state legislation to address the concern of prison gerrymandering. And finally, the press needs to hold those they seek out comment against the commission's work to the same scrutiny they hold the commission. As much as I respect the media's right to serve the governed, it's evident that there are no checks and balances to hold the press accountable in serving the governed. They can still make excuses, deflect, or try to shape the story to their advantage without any scrutiny. In raising this concern, The MICRC continues its mission to draw fair maps through public input for Michigan's congressional, Senate, and House districts without missing a beat. And that is a testimony to the hard work of this commission in ensuring that it's properly prepared each and every day to draw maps. And for that, I salute you. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Woods. Without objection, I will ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report. Hearing
No
no
update.
objection, please proceed, Ms. Reinhardt. Sorry.
No update. Thank you.
Thank you. So correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comment submissions to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding that we have no future agenda items to share at this time. Are there any announcements? Seeing none, as the items on the agenda are complete and the commission has no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, and I believe that was Commissioner Lett on the second.
Yes.
All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 3:03 p.m. Thank you, everybody.